If you're just now joining us, we have the 1 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. And of course, if you missed anything of about 11:30, we did have an update that it has become Hurricane Marco. You can see there are pretty minimal hurricane, 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds, movement at 14 miles per hour to the north-northwest. And the good news with the new advisory is it has not intensified any. So that is the good news with it, even though it is a hurricane. Looking at it on satellite, you can see there it's not the ugliest of storms, talking about its structure and whatnot, but you've still got quite a bit of dry air on the south side. You can see there most of the rain on the north side and on the east side, which means this thing still has dry air and shear. Now, here's the latest track. Of course, it didn't really change. We won't get that until about 4 p.m. later this afternoon, but you can see there making landfall somewhere in southeast Louisiana as we go into Monday afternoon. So kind of maintaining that intensity. We really don't expect any big surprises with Marco, and that's been the main theme with the system as we've gone throughout the past couple of days. Here's a closer look. You can see landfall will be sometime tomorrow afternoon. Still kind of a cone of uncertainty because there's still a little bit of uncertainty exact location, but you've got your locations there, maybe up towards a stronger storm, but more than likely track a little bit closer towards the east side of the cone. A weaker system will probably turn a little bit more quickly and head towards the west. So that is going to be the trend, is it moving towards the northwest. Now notice here's 7 a.m., here's 7 p.m., here's 7 a.m. the next day. So it's not booking it, it's not moving super fast, it's not stalling, but we could pick up some heavy rainfall by the time Marco is said done. So today is going to be the day to prepare. We've been preaching that for days now. 60% chance of rain will continue on and off throughout the afternoon. We do have some of those tropical downpours. Tonight conditions start to go downhill, an 80% chance of heavier rain as we go through Monday. Of course, we're dealing with Marco. We'll have winds, a surge as well, and then even lingering rain as we go into Tuesday, all thanks to the continued kind of lingering moisture from Marco. Then our attention turns to whatever Laura is in the Gulf of Mexico. So here's a look at your live radar. You notice we've got a lot of moisture off the coast. That's where a lot of the heaviest rain has been this morning, even over towards Florida. We do expect more of this to just kind of linger across the area. A closer look at things, you can see most of the area not seeing heavy downpours. There are small downpours embedded. Here in New Orleans, we look pretty dry. Heading to the North Shore, you've kind of got a band of rain from Hammond, just towards the south of Amite, moving into town, going up towards Franklinton, Folsom, and places like that, heading towards generally the west direction. Going south of the lake, there's not a whole lot going on. We do have some downpours near Thibodaux and over towards Morgan City and St. Mary Parish. Those are drifting off towards the east as well. They're actually kind of dying out. Some lighter showers in lower Lafourche Parish, and then quite a bit of light rain in portions of Plaquemines, but it is kind of rained itself out, and just a few downpours right there along the river. So not a whole lot of rain, not a whole lot of heavy rain in the area this afternoon. Now, a lot of people have been asking about the intensity of Marco. Yes, it's already a hurricane. What's going to keep it from getting stronger? And there are indications that it's not likely going to get much stronger than it is, and here's why. You've got the storm here, but look at all this brown and red. That's that dry air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. That dry air coupled with this wind shear, and I've drawn our wind shear barbs on the map here. This shows you the winds pushing into the system here and all that dry air pushing into the system. So as long as that happens, it's not going to see a gradual increase in intensity. Now, it may pulse up and down. It may get strong for a little bit, weaken some, and then get stronger once again, and that'll probably be the trend over the next couple of days as it comes closer, or the next day as it comes closer to Louisiana. But overall, the environment doesn't look very favorable for significant development and continued strengthening. Now, with that being said, we could see some strong winds from this, especially along the coast. Let's time it out for you. This is Monday morning at 6 a.m. Notice we've got the coast starting to feel some of those tropical storm force winds in the yellow. The orange a little bit stronger. The red, that's your hurricane force winds of about 74, 75 miles per hour. And notice it's pretty small, so we're not looking at a big wind field with Marco as it moves inland. Now, by Monday afternoon, notice there it is making landfall somewhere along the coast. And then you start to feel some of those tropical storm force winds here in the metro by tomorrow afternoon. But watch, it stays south of the lake. So primary wind concern is going to be right along the coast, and then up towards New Orleans it will get lower, and then it doesn't really look like it's going to be a big issue north of the lake. It'll still be breezy and gusty north of the lake, but it looks like maybe the strongest winds stay just towards the core, which will be south of the lake. Storm surge is going to be the bigger story with this, along with rainfall. So water, like most storms, is going to be the big story, and we could see 4 to 6 feet for most of our coastal areas. Remember, we get this funneling effect here in Lake Borgne and going over towards the lake. Of course, you get water piling in 2 to 4 feet on the lake, 4 to 6 along most coastal areas. But notice that drops off to a storm surge watch for Morgan City and going towards the west. That's because we expect the center of the storm to pass somewhere in this area, and surge is going to be lower to the west. So if you're to the west of the center, your surge values will go down, but it looks like our highest totals will likely be from Plaquemines up towards the mouth of the Pearl River and into Hancock and parts of Harrison County. And of course, we'll have some minor flooding right there along the lakefront as well. So what to expect, kind of breaking it down zone by zone. North Shore, notice your winds. I mentioned not overly concerned with the winds with this for you. Maybe some gusts 45 miles per hour. Of course, that can bring down a few trees here and there, so you'll want to watch out for that. 2 to 4 feet storm surge right there on the lakefront, some coastal flooding or some lake flooding, and then 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. So I think your primary concern on the North Shore is going to be for flooding rain, and we'll have to watch the rivers, of course, with them getting backed up with the storm surge. Now for the metro, notice our winds could be a bit gustier. We're closer to the center of the storm. 60 mile per hour is what I have our max winds at. 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. Once again, we could be dealing with some street flooding. We'll have to watch that. And then 4 to 6 feet outside of the levee protection system. That includes areas going up into Lake Catherine and going towards Lake Borgne. River parishes, notice your rain total is a little bit lower. I think it'll be drier the closer you get, and the west side of the storm is going to be a little bit drier, a little lopsided. And as you go up the river, storm surge not really going to be an issue. The river, fortunately, is very low right now. And then maybe some minor flooding right there on the west side of the lake. Your winds, though, could be a bit stronger, 65 mile per hour gusts, mainly all this during Monday afternoon. Now going into the bayou parishes and including portions into St. Mary Parish, 3 to 6 inches of rainfall, so lower rain totals as you head towards the west because you're further away from the east side. Gusts possibly up to 70 miles per hour, especially along the coast. Coquetry, Chauvin, Galliano down towards Port Fourchon, Grand Isle could see some of those stronger winds. 4 to 6 feet of surge, especially near and east of the center. And then I think most of our impacts in our viewing area are going to be in St. Bernard and portions of kind of the east side of Plaquemines Parish. You can see 80 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. That's on the upper end of things. 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. That could certainly be isolated higher amounts. We've seen it in the past. And then look at this, 6 to 10 inches of rainfall possible because you're on the wetter side of the system. So I think most of our rain is going to fall from New Orleans east with the current track. Unless the track changes, this could all kind of change as well. 4 to 6 feet on the Mississippi coast, you know the usual spots in Hancock County, wrapping up into the bay there, and of course along past Christian, low spots there are going to see some flooding along with portions over probably towards the Biloxi Back Bay and things like that. We'll see gusts a lot lower, maybe 40 miles per hour, a bit stronger right there on the coast, and there's your high rain totals as well, once again on the east side of the storm. Isolated higher amounts over 10 inches certainly look possible. So you can see your rain map there. This is over the next 7 days, but mainly for Marco. I think our impacts are going to be more on the central and east side of the system. With the current track, I think our highest rain totals will encompass most of southeast Louisiana and then drop off as you get closer to Baton Rouge and Lake Charles. That's with Marco. Impacts could be completely different with Laura. Speaking of Laura, as of 1 p.m., it has not intensified as expected. It's going over land. We don't expect it to really blow up into much right now. 65 mile per hour gusts. It's still moving very quick at 21 miles per hour to the west-northwest. Pressure's holding pretty steady, and it is going to be moving right along Cuba as we go throughout the next couple of days. So you can see there riding along the island, getting into the Gulf of Mexico by late Monday into early Tuesday. And then once it gets into the Gulf, it could strengthen quite a bit, and they do have it becoming a hurricane by the time we get into late Tuesday going into Wednesday, strengthening hurricane, and then making landfall sometime Wednesday night into early Thursday morning, potentially as a Category 2 storm, sustained winds 100 miles per hour. Now, it could certainly make landfall as a stronger storm. Had some questions about why is Laura strengthening and Marco is not, and the environment is not quite the same. When Laura gets into the Gulf of Mexico, the trough of low pressure that's imparting wind shear and dry air on Marco is going to be lifting away out of the area. So we're going to see an improving environment for strengthening for Laura, and that's why we think it's going to be a stronger storm. Notice the cone has shifted to the west a little bit as well. That's been the trend with Laura over the past couple of days, and we'll have to see if that trend continues because landfall is still possible from Texas all the way to New Orleans. And while we're not in the cone here anymore in southeast Louisiana, remember the cone does not tell you where the impacts are going to be. If this makes landfall in central Louisiana, we'll still see significant impacts here. If it makes landfall right there near Beaumont, Lake Charles, we'll still see some rainfall, some strong onshore flow from the system. And of course, the further it gets away, the better for us. But this could certainly be a storm that could really strengthen once it gets into the Gulf, and we need to watch it very, very closely. The key part of the forecast for Laura is going to be what does it look like when it gets to the end of Cuba, getting into the Gulf of Mexico. So there's a few scenarios that could play out. And I'll show you a few of those scenarios here with our different models, because I think they're doing a wonderful job of showing us what our uncertainties are with Laura. You can see the red here. All those lines are spaghetti plots. Each one is an individual model run by the American model. And then in the browns here, you have the Euro model, same story. And you notice two obvious trends, right? You've got the Euro taking a more southerly, westerly track into Texas, and then your GFS trend is a more kind of southern Louisiana track. The reason for that, I believe, is because how it is pushing the storm out of Cuba into the Gulf. They have different locations of that vortex coming into the Gulf of Mexico. So the northern part, the GFS, you notice it takes more of the South Louisiana track. That's because the storm is coming off on kind of the northern side of Cuba. If that's the case, we could see more of an impact. What we'll be watching is where it comes out of Cuba, and if it takes more of this southerly track kind of towards the Yucatan, it may take more of a Texas track. So both of those just show you the huge spread of uncertainty there. The consensus between a lot of the models is kind of right where the National Hurricane Center is, right along the border of Texas and Louisiana. That's that kind of purple pink line you see there. So right now that's the current forecast, but this thing could likely jump around a bit. It's been jumping around quite a bit over the past couple of days. If we do see winds from Laura, it will likely start Wednesday morning, so about 48 hours after Marco winds start. So you might not have a lot of downtime. Tuesday the winds will likely go down a bit as Marco leaves, but they'll ramp back up as Laura moves right behind it. So by the way, these storms are not going to merge and interact. It doesn't look like that because they are still about 2 days away from each other in their locations at least. So your forecast, prepare today. It's always better safe than sorry, right? Rain chances pretty high tomorrow. We'll be dealing with wind, surge, things like that. And that could last mainly during Monday afternoon will be the main impacts as landfall happens, lasting through Monday into Tuesday. Winds could die down a little bit on Tuesday, but still strong onshore flow. Will be interesting to see what that does to our water levels, because right behind Marco's onshore flow, we have Laura's onshore flow pushing more water. So we could continue to see kind of a prolonged period of higher water as we go throughout much of this week, even into Thursday and Friday, with the strong wind still continuing, kind of a breeze out of the southeast. But notice our rain chances finally dropping. Karen? All
right, Peyton, thank you very much. And we heard from Governor Edwards earlier, who said, you know, the approaching storms, one behind the other, presents an unprecedented challenge as we face these approaching storms. So he said, use today to get your supplies ready, because he said, once the sun sets tonight, you should be in place to ride out both storms. So wherever you are this evening, you should be prepared to stay there until Laura has gone. The governor also said that he has applied for a federal disaster declaration. He is waiting that approval from President Trump. He has declared a state of emergency, and 17 parishes have also declared emergency disasters. He said shelters will be used, and of course they're going to need shelters, especially in some of the few areas that have issued mandatory evacuations, but really they should be thought of as a last resort because of COVID. So if you have to go to a shelter, he says, please remember that you will have to be socially distanced from other folks who seek refuge there. You'll have your temperatures checked. Remember to have 2 masks per person. Everyone 2 years old and over is expected to wear a mask in those shelters. Also bring with you hand sanitizer, wipes, and things of that nature. In terms of power, while the strength and the paths of the storm remain uncertain, crews from Entergy Louisiana and Entergy New Orleans are on alert and preparing to respond should the systems impact the company's service territories. But Entergy is warning that crews are taking extra steps to protect themselves and the community from COVID-19. So that includes traveling separately when possible and adjusting crew staging locations and increasing the use of drones. And due to those additional measures that they're taking, restoration may take longer, especially where there are widespread outages. You've probably gotten those notifications on your phone. So they say for their safety and yours, please stay away from the work zones and be patient. CLECO is also prepared for tropical storms Laura and Marco. Quote, CLECO prepares year-round for severe weather events, and hurricane season is no different. That was the latest from CLECO's Director of Emergency Management, James Lass. He said, our storm teams are activated and we are securing additional resources and equipment. We are prepared. He said in addition to CLECO personnel, the company has secured 700 line mechanics and approximately 350 vegetation specialists, made arrangements for logistics like lodging and fuel, and they have specialized equipment like drones as well, off-water and high-water equipment ready for deployment. But they too say that they have had to put into effect additional safety measures because of COVID. So to help their crews, they're asking customers to be mindful of social distancing and making, again, every effort to avoid the work zones and be patient. As I mentioned earlier, there are a few mandatory evacuations in place. That includes in Jefferson Parish, Grand Isle, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, and Barataria. In Plaquemines Parish, the entire East Bank is under a mandatory evacuation. On the West Bank, it's from the Alliance Refinery to Venice. And in Lafourche Parish, it's south of the Leon Terrio floodgates. Now, the lines at many stores this morning show locals are taking the storm threat seriously. People, you can see the toilet paper, the ubiquitous toilet paper, people stocking up on water, batteries, all the usual. Eyewitness Alfred Richard shared these photos with us from the Walmart on Jefferson Highway. He says there were plenty of people out there getting their storm kits ready, wearing their masks because of the COVID restrictions, and again, picking up the bottled water and the drinks and other supplies. And unlike past storms, the governor reminding you to make sure you have, several days, at least 72 hours worth of supplies. And just like with any storm that threatens New Orleans, attention always turns to the Sewage and Water Board. This morning, they fired up the additional generators ahead of the tropical weather threat. And today, the agency says that all 99 of the city's drainage pumps are working. One was still out yesterday. And to make up from the diminished power, 5 of those loud generators, we call EMDs, they're going to be deployed as a frontline source of electricity rather than as backups. And a reminder that you can share your photos of the storm's impact with us by sending a text message. You can, if you can do so safely, that is. You can send those photos or videos by texting those to us at this number, 504-529-4444, and include information so we know when and where the photos were taken. We could use those on air and online, and again, it really helps us tell the story and give perspective. You can stay with Eyewitness News. We will bring you the latest on the storm throughout the afternoon and in the evening, and you can also check for the latest using our free smartphone app. And we know that the next major update from the National Hurricane Center will happen at 4 p.m. So we want to remind you that we're going to have that special eyewitness program from 4 to 6 at least. In the meantime, we're going to return you to your regularly scheduled programming, and we wish you a good afternoon and a productive one as you get ready for these storms.
From
News with Nora O'Donnell on CBS.
GM employee pricing for everyone on all 7 of our fantastic SUVs was so well received by our customers, we're extending it through August. Choose from 4 Buicks, the best valued SUVs on the road today. Or choose from 3 GMCs, the ultimate expression of professional grade luxury. Compact, midsize, full size, whatever size, we've got the perfect vehicle for your family. And you'll pay what GM employees pay, not 1 penny more. Employee pricing right now at Crown or crownbuickgmc.com.
Lamarck Lincoln is open, and we're here to service and take care of you. Lincoln's back, ladies and gentlemen. It's state of the art. You're gonna love walking into the Lincoln store. It's been dormant 5, 6, 7, 8 years here in New Orleans. You couldn't even buy one? It is amazing what Lincoln is doing. Black Label, I'm telling you, is the real deal. LL, Lamarck Lincoln is back. You're gonna love the experience right there at Williams Boulevard in Kenner.
We're tracking the tropics. Watch your local weather experts for the latest.
Go hard.
Nice shot. Is that right? A lot out of the left? No, it should be more.
Good
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for watching. I am Katie Moore.
And I'm Karen Swenson. President Donald Trump has approved the emergency disaster declaration requested by Governor John Bel Edwards.
And we have a new 4 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center on the projected path and intensity of the two storms, Laura and Marco. So we want to get straight to your local weather expert, meteorologist Alexander Cranford, with the latest on the two storms. Alexander?
Hey, Katie. Yeah, we have had a little bit of a change in Marco's path. Actually, the National Hurricane Center has shifted it a little bit to the west and is keeping the path now right sort of along the coast. You'll see what I mean in a minute. First of all, though, it is still Hurricane Marco. Winds unchanged since earlier today, 75-mile-per-hour winds. Movement is to the north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. And you may have noticed a little bit of this passing shower activity along with increased moisture and some cloud cover, of course, today. Here is the big difference in the path. Notice that it kind of moves off a little bit more to the west, and as I said, may stay near the coast or just along the coast. As we look at Tuesday morning, very early on 1 a.m. or so Tuesday, it might still have winds of 60 miles per hour, but you can see that the path has shifted just a bit, and then it does keep Marco maybe as a tropical storm along the coast. So actually there have been more tropical storm watches issued farther to the west. So they do note in their discussion that that might mean potentially some lower impacts or lessened impacts for parts of southeast Louisiana. Here is why they made the switch. It's because many of these models are now showing a movement, as you can see, with the center of the system maybe right off the coast. So that would be something different than what we were saying earlier and seeing with some of the models where they all went inland right over Louisiana, and kind of the middle of the model consensus was sort of right over southeast Louisiana. With this storm, there have been so many changes in these models from time to time, from run to run, and now Marco is so close, and yet there's still this big spread. So this is something interesting to see, and it's something that we'll have to see as far as Marco goes once the storm reaches an area of higher wind shear. So again, this is Marco right now. You can see plentiful cloud cover, thunderstorms around the center, and as we said, the showers spreading into the area over southeast Louisiana. So that's the shift in Marco. As for Laura, just to get you the update on that, from 4 p.m., you can see Laura is a big system. Its center is close to Cuba now. It has passed over the Dominican Republic, and its winds actually have increased a touch to 60 miles per hour, and it is moving fast. You may have noticed with the previous paths from the National Hurricane Center that there was this accelerated movement here, and it's moving south of a ridge of high pressure and will continue that way. And Laura's path, we've been saying, might go a little bit farther to the west. So we have seen this trend, and it does look like that might be the case if it can stay a little farther south when it even enters the Gulf and the ridge expands over the eastern Gulf of Mexico right here. That may kind of push it off to the west, and it might possibly make a landfall. The National Hurricane Center's latest forecast, this one you're looking at right here, has the landfall maybe somewhere around the Texas-Louisiana state line. The spread still goes from central Louisiana all the way to the Houston area for that cone. It also, you'll note, has an increased intensity of maybe Category 2 status for the storm when it's south of the Louisiana coast, and then maybe still even a tropical storm by Thursday afternoon, when it might by that point be well inland, maybe over north Louisiana, and well, if it shifts a little farther to the west, maybe even over parts of northeast Texas by then. So these are the two things that we've seen. Now, the thing, of course, that we've been talking about are the different impacts for our area because of Marco, of course, on Monday, and then Laura potentially on Wednesday. So we still have unchanged things as far as the watches and warnings go. The red shaded area along the coast is the hurricane warning. Orange shading for much of New Orleans and the North Shore is a tropical storm warning. And then you can see the tropical storm watch farther to the north. And that means that, you might be seeing these tropical storm conditions. And for us, it will mainly be very late tonight, probably after midnight, starting to increase along the coast perhaps. And then mainly for our southeast Louisiana inland spots, New Orleans and the North Shore, it will be mainly on Monday that we see the impacts from Marco. But if the center, it is a small system. So if the center of it does skirt a little bit farther south of our coastline or skirt near it, maybe even staying off of our coast, as you saw some of those computer models showing. That would be a good thing. That would keep those hurricane force winds. If it is still a hurricane, then that would keep those farther away from some of our inland areas, although some coastal spots may still be dealing with some hurricane force gusts and things like that. And it would keep tropical storm force winds actually a little farther from some of our inland spots too. Here is the thing that we're watching with Marco as it approaches the shore. We are under a tropical storm warning now, or excuse me, storm surge warning, I should say, in the pink shaded areas, the hot pink, 4 to 6 feet or so potentially of storm surge. And around the lakes, about maybe 2, 3, possibly up to about 4 feet of surge. And this, of course, for the New Orleans area would be outside of the levee protection system. So just a kind of basic look at what to expect. And again, this is mostly during the day tomorrow. I was just looking at a couple of new runs, just looking at when the rain might start really kind of increasing, and it does look like it might be during the day tomorrow, although tonight we're already going to see some passing showers, and even right now we have a few showers out there. So rainfall for Marco will be 3 to 6 or so inches. Of course, we'll have high winds, but that will be dependent again on how close the center gets. 2 to 6 or so feet of storm surge, as I showed you, a little less on the lesser end of that for the lakes and a little on the higher end for our coastal spots in Louisiana and Mississippi. And on the eastern side, this is actually something that might be a little bit more of a concern actually now that it's heading a bit more west, perhaps. If it does head more west, this might be something that we're going to watch. Those spin-up tornadoes, they are brief, they don't last long, they're usually very weak, but they do happen on the eastern side, especially of a tropical system, especially when it makes landfall. So we will see about that, but that will be a possibility. I also wanted to point out something new today is that the flash flood watch that we've talked about that has been in effect for the South Shore and areas along the coast. Looking ahead to Monday, that's the time frame, but this was issued yesterday for South Shore spots. It's been extended north of the lake too. So if you're in St. Tammany Parish, if you're in our coastal Mississippi spots, if you're over toward Baton Rouge, now the whole area pretty much, aside from extreme northern Tangipahoa and Washington parishes, will be under this flash flood watch. And that goes from late tonight after midnight until about 7 a.m. Tuesday for about 3 to 6 or so inches of rain. So you might be saying, well, how much rain exactly are we looking at? This is very tentative, but sometimes I just like to show these things just to give you some sort of idea of what we're looking at. This is the European model showing by Tuesday morning. I've paused it here at 8 a.m. So we're going forward in time. It's showing about 2 to maybe 4 or 5 or so inches of rain. So that will be something probably, hopefully manageable. What we'd watch for is a rain band that dumps a lot of rain over a particular spot. As you know, that can happen with tropical systems. So that's why our flash flood watch is in effect, because some areas might get more than what you're seeing right here. I do want to point out, though, when we're expecting maybe impacts from Laura, even if it stays to the west on Wednesday, you saw where its landfall was now forecast far to the west around Texas and Louisiana's border. Now we're looking at the potential for maybe some rain with that. So that's something that we've been talking about, but I did want to show you we might add maybe another 3 or 4 inches to that, the Euro indicates, by Thursday. So adding the rain from Laura, and you can see that it might be significantly more perhaps. Now, just to give you an idea, this is not set in stone. This is a different model. This is the American GFS model, and it's showing up to maybe 2 or 3 inches of rain with Marco, and then adding on Laura, it has a little bit of a different solution. I was seeing that it kept a lot of the rain really tight around Laura's center. So we'll see if that happens, but it keeps us at a pretty manageable range all the way through Thursday. So take these kind of things with a grain of salt at this point because, this could change, but we are under those flash flood watches for our whole area now until let's see, from 1 a.m. Monday until 7 a.m. Tuesday. Here is another thing I wanted to show you, just to look at a model. This is the European model. A lot of people ask to see that one from time to time, so I picked that one for tonight. When is everything going to start to happen? Well, the timeline looks like mainly late tonight after midnight along the coast, and then during the day for our inland spots. So just to give you an idea, this could be about 10 p.m. tonight, some rain along the coast, maybe some passing showers. Farther inland, a little bit breezy and cloudy. This could be tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., perhaps starting to see a few heavier pockets of rain around Marco's center, which might be near our coastline by then. 2 p.m., here's a bit of heavier rain. 10 p.m. Monday. And you can see, although Marco may be somewhere along the coast for the center, or maybe inland near Baton Rouge by this point, or over kind of this part of Louisiana to the west and northwest, it might still be bringing some showers and downpours to our area on Monday night. Fast forward to Tuesday, it's going to be a little bit of a lull sort of day. I think we'll still have some rain, but here is Laura potentially south and southeast of our coast on Tuesday. And actually the Euro kind of brings it a little bit closer with this particular run. It has some heavy rain Wednesday morning and through the day Wednesday. This could potentially be Wednesday evening, and then it curves off to the north. So by Thursday afternoon, we might be seeing a little bit less rain in place. Perhaps. I still actually have a decent chance for rain on Thursday, about 60% or so. And then after that, if you're kind of making your plans, I know with one storm Monday, another storm Wednesday, you might be thinking, well, when is it going to end? When do we have a day where it's going to be more normal? So let me just pop this up really quickly just to give you an idea of that. I think Thursday we'll still have breezy conditions. We may have a decent chance for a few downpours, but it will be more Friday and Saturday that we start to get back to a bit more normal for this point in the year. So by then we'll have 40% chances for rain. Our highs will probably be able to climb back into the 90s. Highs tomorrow and Wednesday might only be in the perhaps even middle 80s, and Tuesday too might be in the upper 80s. Sunday might be a bit drier, and a couple of models are actually kind of showing a front sweeping over the central U.S. as we get into next week. So not this week coming up, but a full week from then. So if you need something to look forward to, that might be a little something. Might have potentially eventually get some cooler air, some drier air. But we are looking at the two systems. And again, the big change today is that we've seen this 4 p.m. advisory show Marco's center really kind of hugging our coastline and kind of curving a bit more to the west, whereas Laura's forecast has been shifted a little bit to the west too. So we do still have this overlapping area. The yellow is Marco's track. The red, of course, is Laura's track. But notice that the cone of uncertainties, at least for these two systems, are not just completely covering southeast Louisiana. Now, still, we're expecting effects from both of them. So that has not changed. That will be mainly starting again tomorrow for Marco. And we'll have a closer look at some more details on all of this coming up in just a little bit.
Crazy to have so many question marks still with it this close. Thanks, Alexandra.
All right, we've got 17 parishes around the state that have declared emergency declarations. Let's go over to St. Bernard Parish, where Guy McGinnis is updating the public on preparations there.
Out in 2020, 2 storms in the Gulf of Mexico, so we're preparing for all of that as best we can. I want to thank our employees for the great work that they've been doing over the last few days. Our firefighters and our employees have been helping citizens in St. Bernard Parish self-make sandbags, upwards to 16,000 sandbags in one day. So it's a great accomplishment. Doesn't matter what street you live on, doesn't matter the color of your skin, everyone's out there helping each other accomplish that. So I wanted to make sure we gave a shout out to all of our employees for the hard work that they're doing and that they do every time we have a storm of this magnitude. Our Emergency Operations Center will be activated at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning here in St. Bernard Parish. It appears that Marco will be arriving Monday afternoon sometime, and Laura Thursday morning sometime. What we worry about with these storms is the piling up of storm surge. Just got off the phone call with the governor and CPRA, and their modeling actually shows between the storms that the water's going to be able to recede some, which gives us pleasure hearing that, so that we can recover when Laura passes by. Remember, Cristobal, when it passed by as a tropical storm, it put 6 to 7 feet of storm surge in St. Bernard Parish. It inundated our levees, and we had plenty of problems getting back up to speed as far as commerce and recreation here in St. Bernard Parish. I want to thank the governor and CPRA for sending as soon as possible 6 large pumps, portable pumps, to make sure that we can accomplish that goal. We're asking our residents to seek safety inside of our levee protection system. We are monitoring the rising water in eastern St. Bernard Parish. They have reduced the storm surge for Marco by a couple of feet, So we're hoping that that holds and that the water will be able to recede before Laura comes through, just like we just mentioned. The Florissant rollover rock dam is installed. So if you're going out of the levee system to pick up your boats and campers, please know that the rock dam is in place. Our parish pumps here at St. Bernard Parish Government are all operational, and Southeast Flood Protection Authority here in a second will give us an update on their pumps. We have sandbag locations throughout the parish. We have 10 sandbag locations. This is the first time we're doing this, and it's working out great, like we said earlier. Those stations will continue to operate until it's no longer safe tomorrow evening. So I want to thank our crews for making that happen. We're asking our residents and non-residents who are going to pick up their boats, campers, et cetera, outside of the levee system. We want to make sure that they get all of that to the west side of Highway 46 in the emergency lane. We haven't seen the number of assets, a number of equipment since I've been around. Already, these boats and campers are stacked up all the way to Sylvia Estates. I've never seen that before. And obviously by now, it's past that. So we appreciate the hard work that the Sheriff's Department is doing monitoring that. And we appreciate in an orderly fashion that our citizens and non-citizens are accomplishing that. CPRA and the Governor's Office also secured 3,000 sandbags for us that we're locating at the Delacroix boat launch and at the junction outside of our levee system. If our Delacroix ring levee operates like it did the last time with Cristobal, we will have those sandbags there ready to do that work and save Delacroix from flooding. Our garbage collection here in St. Bernard Parish has been suspended for Monday and Tuesday. Our transfer stations on Parish Road and East Judge Perez will be closed Monday. The time is now for our citizens to act, to put your plan, to implement your plan for the safety of your family and for your neighbors. We're asking you to clean your catch basins on your street, pick up debris, tree limbs, and your patio furniture. Make sure that you secure them so they don't become a projectile for your neighbors or for your own home. We're asking all of our contractors to secure your construction sites to make sure that they don't have a negative impact to our neighborhoods. And remember, we're doing all of this in the face of a worldwide pandemic, COVID-19. Please wear your mask when you cannot socially distance, wash your hands, and do all of the things that we've been talking about since March. All non-essential government offices will be closed Monday and Tuesday, and actually that goes for all government entities and municipalities within St. Bernard Parish for Monday and Tuesday. The phone numbers for any updates that you may need as a citizen or information, please call 504-278-4200. For emergencies such as downed trees or water main breaks, please call 504-271-1681. Please stay tuned to all St. Bernard Parish government media sites, press releases, our local access channel, and your local news. At this time, we will have council members come up and say something.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'm Carrie Kyle, the current chairman of the St. Bernard Parish Council. I just want to reiterate some of what Parish President McGinnis said. We want to thank our citizens for heeding our message and getting an early start. You can really see everyone, securing their houses and their belongings, and if it is necessary for their personal situation to evacuate, we're definitely starting to see that happen, especially on the eastern end of the parish outside of levee protection. We're seeing, obviously our people on that side of the levee know how to react in these situations. We've been through it, unfortunately, way too many times, and it seems over the last few occurrences that it's progressively getting worse. It definitely shows us the need for marsh creation and coastal restoration down here as we watch, these storm surges continually, progressively get worse every time we're faced with one of these storms coming through. So our fishermen and our residents down on the eastern end know that they have to react a little bit earlier than normal and maybe bring in more equipment, more supplies, take more precautions than they have in the past. And we're definitely seeing this, as President McGinnis had said. I also want to thank all the councilmen that have been out all day, helping residents secure their belongings, move things in, clearing catch basins. They've all been working really hard, and I know all the residents are very appreciative of all the work they're doing throughout this event. As always, you can stay updated on our council Facebook page. All of the councilmen's numbers are listed on the website if anybody needs to reach their councilman in particularly, or you can message us there as well. So thank you, and be safe, and God bless.
And you've been listening to St. Bernard Parish government leaders talking about the preparations for tropical storms or hurricanes Marco and Laura as they are getting ready. They said 16,000 sandbags have been made so far in the parish. They are activating their emergency operations center at 6 a.m. tomorrow. They say storm surge is their major concern, but the 4 o'clock update, which gave us a really positive forecast from the National Hurricane Center, also gave them some good news about the projected storm surge for St. Bernard. So they're, of course, watching that very closely. They say the state has sent 6 additional portable pumps to St. Bernard to fight the flooding, if there is any, from these 2 storms. They are asking the residents who are outside of the levee protection at this time to seek shelter inside the levee protection system. They are also saying that government offices and garbage collection are both shut down Monday and Tuesday. So they are getting things in order as we continue to closely watch this forecast.
And of course, government entities across Southeast Louisiana watching very closely the storm. Some have issued mandatory evacuations. Those would be in the more vulnerable areas in Jefferson Parish. That would include Grand Isle, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, and Barataria. Taking a look at Plaquemines Parish, the entire East Bank of Plaquemines Parish is under a mandatory evacuation order. The West Bank is under a mandatory evacuation order from Alliance Refinery to Venice. And then in Lafourche Parish, it would be those people who live or work south of the Lee, Ontario floodgates.
Check it out. These photos that you'll see in just a second, they show people setting up sandbags over in Lafitte. They have a new system of flood walls and levees in place, but a lot of people are taking their own precautions just in case. That is the case across a lot of the metro area, as we just heard over in St. Bernard as well. But this is again in Lafitte. They cut the ribbon on those new flood walls and the new levee protection there on Friday, which is great for them. That protection, 7 feet tall, 3 miles long, all part of a $300 million project. But you can see there, they are taking no chances and adding extra sandbags just in case. Now, we do have reporters all across the metro area on the preparations for these 2 storms. Ton Trung is joining us this afternoon from Grand Isle with what is happening now. There is a mandatory evacuation order in place there, right, Ton?
There is, Karen, and there's going to be a curfew that's going to go into effect at 9 o'clock tonight. And right now we're next to the Bridgeside Marina, and anybody that comes here, this is usually as you cross over the bridge from LA1 going into Grand Isle, you'll know where this is. There's been a steady stream of traffic leaving the island, and earlier on as we came in on LA1, we saw a lot of traffic as people were heeding the mandatory evacuation order from Mayor David Carmidel. And the issue here right now, too, is there's some construction on Highway 90 as you're leaving this area going into Golden Meadow as well. So there was a lot of traffic being backed up, and one of the big concerns is if there's a breakdown, that's going to back everything up because there's parts of Highway 90 right now that are just down to 1 lane. So what we're seeing is a steady stream of people leaving, but we also saw people packing up sandbags as well. And all along here, you probably heard that the areas, as you mentioned, south of the Lee, Ontario floodgate, that's under a mandatory evacuation order as well. And we saw people moving on the road, but also on the water. Many people were moving their boats through that floodgate to get north of the floodgate before they close that as well. Down here in Grand Isle, the mayor is really concerned about what the potential double impact of 2 back-to-back storms may bring, especially to the coastline here. Mayor Carmodel has been a very loud and boisterous advocate for something to be done against the coastal erosion that we've seen along the beach line here in Grand Isle. There is that so-called burrito levee that they have. They have hundreds of really large giant sandbags right now that are placed along that burrito levee. He's unsure how that's going to hold up, but again, that's going to really be dependent on the impact that we're going to see from Marco and then whatever brings or comes along with the second storm as well. Right now, he's just urging people to just heed the warning to leave the area, but if they are going to stay, he's reminding people that there is going to be a mandatory curfew that's going to be in effect at 9 o'clock tonight. He's hoping that at this point these impacts from the double storms will be minimal, but again, he's very skeptical seeing the amount of coastal erosion that has taken place along Grand Isle through the decades. And at this point, he says he's going to be getting into his office and going to be monitoring the situation. But for the most part right now, back here live, if you can see, it's a very picturesque night and well, afternoon at this point. And you know, the calmness, and as you always hear the cliche, the calm before the storm, this is a very picturesque time for Grand Isle, but obviously there is some anxiety. Many people have left this area. We spoke with one couple that packed up their belongings near the Grand Isle beach. Their camp is right in front of the beach, and it is right in their backyard. They're very concerned about what's going to happen with the coastal erosion, much like the mayor here. But at this point, they have left. They're going to go to Chauvin, but they're trying to beat the traffic, which is really backed up. We haven't seen it in the past few hours, but I can tell you as we came in here today, the many people that were heeding the mandatory evacuation order, it's very jam-packed on LA1 and parts of Highway 90. Karen?
That's the only traffic that is good news, in that people are getting out and they are heeding that mandatory evacuation order. Thank you so much for your report, Ton.
And you know, it is just deceptively beautiful out there. We're going to be monitoring the storm preparations all evening long. When we come back, you'll hear from Governor Edwards.
You can take control of your game. Now through August 31st, you can save up to 20% at GolfTec during our 25-year anniversary event. GolfTec, helping golfers for 25 years.
Lamarck Lincoln is open, and we're here to service and take care of you. Lincoln's back, ladies and gentlemen. It's state of the art. You're gonna love walking into the Lincoln store. It's been dormant 5, 6, 7, 8 years here in New Orleans. You couldn't even buy one? It is amazing what Lincoln is doing. Black Label, I'm telling you, is the real deal. LL, Lamarck Lincoln is back. You're gonna love the experience right there at Williams Boulevard in Kenner.
My grandfather started Coolview in 1945 to provide the best quality windows for our community. And right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 1 free. We're local, and Coolview's a name you can trust for quality and dependable service. Call Coolview today.
Final markdowns have just been taken at Perlis Clothing. Save an additional 20% off already reduced Perlis quality summer clothing for the entire family.
Final clearance at Perlis Clothing in New Orleans, Mandeville, Baton Rouge.
The loss of your loving pet can be difficult. Let Heaven's Pets at Lake Lawn Metairie provide you with a dignified private cremation, memorial options for honoring and remembering your pet, and grief support. Because they deserve the best, ask for Heaven's Pets.
Coolview has been our family business for over 70 years. We're the first to custom measure, locally manufacture, and install shutters. They're designed for storm protection with quality details to enhance the beauty of your home. Call now and receive 25% off. Coolview, a name you could trust.
We're tracking the tropics. Watch your local weather experts for the latest.
We are expecting to hear from Governor John Bel Edwards at around 6 o'clock tonight for his second update of the day on Marco and Laura. We will bring you that live when it happens. But if you were with us earlier, you heard the governor encouraging everyone in Louisiana to use today's mostly good weather to get ready for both storms. And then he said, prepare to stay put.
Between now and dark tonight, put yourself and your family in the position that you want to be in, that you need to be in, and assume that you've got 72 hours or so that you're going to have to maintain that position.
All right, and welcome back. We're talking about our two storms that we have out there. Let me get my graphics going here. We have not only Marco, which is a hurricane now, but we also, of course, have Laura farther out. And there have been some differences and some changes that have come into play. So Laura, as of the 4 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, now has 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the National Hurricane Center has managed to increase the wind speed, even though it has moved over those very high mountains of the Dominican Republic and the island of Hispaniola toward Haiti, and the center is now approaching Cuba. So we are seeing Laura actually having strengthened officially to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still a tropical storm, though. And then the big thing, of course, that we've been talking about is Marco, with unchanged winds compared to earlier today when it was upgraded to a hurricane. It has 75-mile-per-hour winds, so it's right there on the cusp of tropical storm and Category 1 hurricane. Right now it is officially a hurricane, and it will probably be one, maybe even with some increased strength over the next 12, 20 hours, something like that, before it heads toward our coastline. And some things have changed with the two paths. Laura's is in red and Marco's is in yellow, and this is really something to see. Yesterday, we were seeing both of these paths just almost completely crossing over southeast Louisiana, completely doubled up with both landfalling systems Monday afternoon and Wednesday afternoon, almost in the same spot near the mouth of the Mississippi River. And it's really something to see things changing so much, especially with Marco. Notice Marco's path is no longer far to the north, crossing over Louisiana. Instead, the National Hurricane Center has shown this more westward path, keeping the storm maybe right along the Louisiana coast. Still, the shift in the models has really been something to see, and we've just been chatting about that. Chris Franklin is in the forecast center too. We've been talking about what is driving all of these changes in the models, and it could be some of the upper level features in play. It could also be some wind shear here along the coast that the models aren't handling quite right. So looks like it's going to be guided to the north. Generally, it's moving north-northwest right now, and then will take a bit of a turn. So if you haven't seen this is our forecast path as of 4 p.m. The models, I must say, those computer plots that we show have been jumping around a lot, and it's a bit unusual to have Hurricane Marco pretty close to our coast. It's in the central Gulf right now, and to still see the models not coming into great agreement and bouncing around from run to run. They're kind of taking it off, maybe paralleling our coast for a while. In fact, some of them keep it south of the coast, as I showed you a few minutes ago. Some, of course, as the models, you don't want to just completely go with what you see from run to run, especially in this situation. So the National Hurricane Center pointed out that their center actually still includes a landfall along South Louisiana. But they kind of said in their discussion, maybe we'll consider changing that, and that there is still considerable uncertainty. And we've been talking about that with Marco yesterday and today. The model's not creating that tight cluster like we see often. And again, we had the upper trough over us, and that is kind of still sticking around, not moving to the north quite as quickly. And a ridge that we've been talking about, that high pressure ridge building over the eastern Gulf of Mexico, that might eventually kind of influence Laura too, because Laura's path has changed a little bit. Here's that look at those computer models. Again, very interesting to see many of these models, including the UK Met and different ones, keeping it off the coast. A few still take it right over the southeast Louisiana, New Orleans area. So we will see. We're still gearing up for and preparing for impacts, including tropical storm force winds, maybe some hurricane force winds, particularly, of course, close to the coast where hurricane warnings are in effect. And we'll get to some other impacts in a bit. But Marco forecast path has been a bit uncertain. Also uncertain is Tropical Storm Laura's path. It has been moving to the west, northwest at 21 miles per hour, a pretty fast speed. and then it will get into the Gulf. Now, the National Hurricane Center has increased the intensity because by that point, some of the shear that Marco may encounter near our coast may have slackened, and also that ridge of high pressure may guide it a little farther to the west. So the new path keeps the center of it south of our coast, but as you know, the eastern side can just increase the potential for heavy rain. If you do happen to be located on that side, it might drag showers and downpours over us Wednesday and possibly into Thursday too. So we're still watching Laura. Just because the center is a little bit farther to the southwest doesn't mean that we may not feel some impacts from it on Wednesday, particularly perhaps heavy rain in the form of maybe a few inches of rain. So we will see about that, but it does look like it might go a little farther to the west. The center of that storm with the latest path from the National Hurricane Center is around the Texas-Louisiana coast. So what to expect with Marco? I would say today we do have a little bit of rain out there, some passing showers. They're moving through quickly. We have the gray skies. Ton was showing you that view that we saw along the coast, kind of serene looking almost, but you can kind of feel the humidity increasing. Our winds are increasing a touch. They're about 10 to 15 or so miles per hour. And then tomorrow, Marco will at least be getting close to our coast by the afternoon. We'll have wind to contend with, some rain for sure, and storm surge, which I'll show you in a second, has changed a little bit. And then by Tuesday, it moves out, and we will start to focus especially on Laura. Laura, there's still some uncertainty about. Marco, there's still some uncertainty about, but Laura, we have a couple of days. Looking at our wind speed forecast, I wanted to show you this. This is for tonight and into tomorrow morning. Note the sustained winds are in the white numbers. The yellows indicate potential gusts. And just to let you know, this is the European model that I'm showing you. These are this forecast that I decided to show. This is 3 p.m. tomorrow. You can see sustained winds, maybe up to 20 to 30 or so miles per hour. And here are some of those almost tropical storm force gusts, maybe up to about 40 or so miles per hour. It could easily be higher than this, especially just off the coast. But you can see that winds will probably begin to decrease by tomorrow night and into Tuesday. Then I fast forwarded it all the way to Wednesday lunchtime. And here we are again with some winds increasing from Laura. There you go with a 43 mile per hour gust. That would certainly be above tropical storm status if we did see that in a few spots. And then winds Wednesday night will decrease. We have all kinds of colors on this map. It's kind of crazy, but the hurricane warnings are in the red, tropical storm warnings in orange, and tropical storm watches in the pink. So we are anticipating some of those hurricane conditions still, especially along the coast. In New Orleans right now, it's 87. Our dew point is 73. I thought it felt pretty muggy out there, and you might agree. Here is our live radar showing a few of these showers crossing the area right now. We knew on Sunday we would have an increased chance for some of these passing showers and downpours, mainly associated with the increased moisture with Marco. So we are still seeing that. Let me show you also one thing that we have been covering, which is the storm surge forecast. And I wanted to point out the numbers are actually down a little bit this afternoon at 4 p.m. to 3 to 5 feet for some of those coastal areas from the mouth of the Mississippi River to the east, including Lake Borgne and the Mississippi coast, and down to 2 to 4 feet over near Morgan City. So this is good. The forecast is actually a little bit less than what it was earlier, which was 4 to 6 feet all around here. And one more thing I wanted to show you really quickly is that the Mississippi River forecast is not to jump a lot. It might jump a little bit, perhaps a couple of feet, or at least maybe 3 or 4 feet or something like that. But the river is so low, it's not going to be a big concern for us. Thankfully, last year when we had tropical systems, we had to think about that. If you remember, this year it's very low at about 4.8 feet. So any increase with surge should not be a big issue. Here's our 7-day forecast showing by Thursday still some rain, but kind of transitioning back to normal. And then Friday through Sunday, we'll have more decent kind of regular afternoon showers and thunderstorms.
All right, Alexandra, thanks so much for that. And of course, one of the things in Plaquemines Parish, like Alexandra just mentioned, that they are watching closely in Plaquemines is the storm surge. Got some good news around 4 o'clock on that, but our Mike McDaniel is joining us live tonight from Plaquemines Parish with the latest on the preparations there. Mike?
Hey there, yeah, the entire East Bank of Plaquemines Parish is under a mandatory evacuation order, and parts of the West Bank as well. That will stretch all the way from Alliance down to Venice. Now, because of that mandatory evacuation order, there is a storm shelter here currently open at the multipurpose center behind the governmental complex here in Plaquemines Parish. With us now is Parish President Kurt Lepine. Appreciate you being with us. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier. You guys have been preparing for all of this since Friday, correct?
Correct. We've been preparing for Friday, and we've been preparing our residents for Friday and letting them know it's not one storm, but two storms, and to get ready. And that's it's a challenge. It's a logistic challenge. Plaquemines Parish is 65 miles long on the east and the west bank of the parish. So we have a lot of residents scattered throughout the parish, and we want to make sure that they're safe.
When you think about storm surge and you think about water, how concerning is that for this parish, especially with these two storms?
It's very concerning. It's concerning on the east bank when the water comes in and paralyzes Highway 39, and that's one of our main thoroughways. And if it comes on the west bank, it's Highway 23, and that's how traffic that goes north and south. And it looks like we may not have enough time for that water to recede through the first storm, and it's problematic. And we're hoping that the storm goes west. We don't like to see it on anybody, but we're hoping that second storm continues close on that westward track, so it gives an opportunity for that water to recede.
When you talk about the storm shelter and what's happening here, walk us through the process for folks who want to utilize the facility.
Well, you see our pavilion, our multipurpose center here. It's 33,000 square feet. So with that, we are able to house people with the COVID regulations. You'll get a temperature check, you will get a medical check when you come in, and we'll be able to check you through the state database and through our public health database. You'll be given an armband. You must wear a mask at all times in the facility, and you must adhere to the social distance. And we've been pretty good with that, and we want them to feel safe. But we also want to keep them safe, and by doing that, we need to keep them socially distanced, and we have the opportunity in this building to do that.
You know, I went inside a little bit earlier. Nice facility. There's even a good number of people already still inside. You opened at 3 o'clock. How long will this be open, and what type of reaction are you getting from folks who are using it?
It will be open continuously. We've asked and we told our people to get out. Again, some people are a little afraid maybe to come at a facility and to be with some COVID patients or somebody who has not been tested. So that has made it a little bit of a problem. We want our residents to feel safe, but we also want to give them a safe environment. So far, the reaction has been very good to the people who have been here.
You know, and for those folks who decide that they don't want to heed to those mandatory evacuation orders, what are you telling them in regards to preparation?
We're telling them to hunker down. We're telling them to get ready, to prepare for 3 or 4 days, maybe make sure they have enough food, enough medicine. They may not have electricity, but the road may be closed and habitable for us to travel back and forth. So if you stay, be prepared that there may be some logistics problems of getting you out or getting transportation, getting to medical needs. So hunker down, and we'll do the best we can to get to you.
And just on the other side of this building is one of the sandbag locations for folks. So walk us through the process for folks who may need a sandbag.
Right now we have 6 locations in the parish, 1 in Bellchase, 1 in Port Sulphur, 1 in Buras, 1 in Venice, and 2 on the East Bank. You can come and get 10 sandbags. You can fill them yourself. It has been a steady stream. I think you've seen the amount of people just the time you've been here, and it's a constant flow, and I think people are here to our warning, and they are preparing well.
And you guys as a parish are operating with very limited capacity in regards to personnel. How much of a strain has this been on you guys to make sure that you have all the services in place?
It's been a big challenge. We are at minimal workforce. It's been a tough road, but I have to say our parish workers have been phenomenal. They continue to be phenomenal, and they work through anything, and they're resilient. So we're making it by the hardest, but we're getting there.
Kurt Lepine, I appreciate you. I know you're a busy man. I'll let you get back to your job. And of course, the parish has even sent out robocalls to folks across the parish since Friday, telling them to have those plans in place and making sure they're ready because the time to act is now. Guys?
Okay, lots going on down in Plaquemines Parish. Thanks so much for updating us on all of it. Mike McDaniel will be with us throughout the night, so thank you. Most government buildings, courts, and schools, they're going to be closed tomorrow, and many of them are going to be closed on Tuesday as well. And with that information constantly changing and updating, we want you to check our website for the very latest. We have pages dedicated to school closures, evacuation orders, sandbag locations, and much more. All you have to do is go to WWLTV.com for the very latest information.
All right, we are nearing 4:45. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Well, just like with any storm that threatens New Orleans, attention always turns to the Sewage and Water Board. And this morning, they fired up the additional generators ahead of the tropical weather threat.
Today, the agency says all 99 of the city's drainage pumps are working. One of those was still out yesterday. And to make up for the diminished power, those 5 generators, they were deployed as a frontline source of electricity. At least they're going to be, and that's why they were testing them this morning. They're going to be a frontline source of power rather than just backups.
And amid all of their preparations, the Sewage and Water Board also issued a precautionary boil water advisory for part of the upper 9th Ward. That's the map. It covers the red area. Obviously, officials say the pressure dropped during some planned work, so they issued the order as a precaution only. Water samples are being tested, and we'll let you know when that order is lifted.
While the strength and the paths of the storms remain uncertain, crews from Entergy Louisiana and Entergy New Orleans are on alert. They're getting ready to respond if the systems impact the company's service territories. Entergy warns crews are taking extra steps to protect themselves and the community from the COVID-19 pandemic as well. That includes traveling separately when possible, adjusting crew staging locations, and increasing the use of drones. Due to the additional measures crews have to take, restoration may take longer, especially where there are widespread outages. For their safety and for yours, stay away from work zones. That, of course, is a quote from Entergy.
Similar messages from CLECO. They say they are prepared for Laura and Marco as well. Quote, CLECO prepares year-round for severe events, and hurricane season is no different. That is the latest from CLECO's Director of Emergency Management, James Lass. He said, our storm teams are activated, we are securing additional resources and equipment, and we are prepared. In fact, in addition to CLECO personnel, the company has secured 700 line mechanics and approximately 350 vegetation specialists. We've made arrangements for logistics like lodging and fuel, and we have specialized equipment like drones, off-road and high water equipment ready for deployment. But they too say while we are ready to respond, we have had to put additional safety measures in place amid the COVID-19 pandemic. To help our crews, we ask that our customers be mindful of social distancing and make every effort to avoid work zones. And they also say, both companies say, expect delays if there are power outages.
Yeah, for sure. And if you live in St. Tammany Parish and you need to pick up some sandbags to protect your property, they will once again be available starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can find a list of those locations on our website, WWL-TV. Officials are stressing that you should stock up now, and you may need more supplies on hand than usual with those 2 storms that are threatening back-to-back.
Due to the 2 storms coming in such close fashion, that we may experience downed trees from the first storm and power outages that may be extended before the time period for repair may be extended, and our citizens need to be aware of that and prepare for longer periods of time if power does in fact go out. There are certain protocols that the utility companies must take before they're able to get back out to help restore power. So we hope that that doesn't happen, but we ask our citizens to be prepared for that in the event of such a case. That again is to emphasize stock up on your groceries, water, ice, and other provisions in the event that we have to stay in shelter, stay in place for a long period of time.
All right, and another area that is really always very vulnerable is Grand Isle. It is where Tan Trung joins us now live, and it is deceptively beautiful out there.
It is very deceptively beautiful here, Karen, and it's the breeze right now. It's picking up. I don't want to say it's an extreme wind at all. It's actually very comfortable considering the time of year that we're in right now in August, in the middle of hurricane season. No mosquitoes around here, and really we don't see a lot of traffic right now near the bridge here going in and out of Grand Isle, and that's because many people have heeded the warning, the mandatory evacuation order, and they're leaving. You see that truck passing by. We've seen a lot of trucks pulling their campers, pulling their boats as well. It's been a very busy day as we came in early in the morning today, and we saw many people leaving on LA1 and also on Highway 90. And you're about to see another truck here pulling out with a trailer as well. People are very concerned, obviously, because as you know, Karen and Katie, this area floods very easily, especially LA1. When the wind shifts, that road gets flooded very quickly, and those areas south of the Lee, Ontario floodgate, that also floods very easily as well. And we saw it during and after the storm, the previous storm, Cristobal. Many of the areas here flooded because of the lingering winds and the water that came in because of those shifting winds. So now they're concerned with this kind of 1-2 punch of the next 2 storms here. Obviously they have to deal with Marco first, and what they're doing right now along the beach in Grand Isle, they placed very large sandbags on the Burrito Levee, that's what they called it down here, to prevent any more erosion on the beach there. That's their main concern right now. We met a couple that lives right in front of that beach, and that's their backyard. They evacuated earlier today. They said their main concern is what that beach is and how that beach is going to hold up during the storm, and then possibly for the storm following it as well. For the people that evacuated, they're going to Raceland. If they don't have a place to stay, they're going to go to the rec center in Raceland, and that's also where many people in Lafourche Parish, if they don't have a place to evacuate, will also go there. We met a couple of people, a family that was packing up sandbags earlier today. They are taking precautions as well. They're not concerned about what the quote-unquote hurricane effects will be. They're concerned about what the water will do, the storm surge, and the amount of water that might come into their home and certainly their family's home. They picked up 25 sandbags earlier today, and they're just going to brace for whatever comes. And their other concern is what this is going to do to their children, because as many of us know, with what's been happening this year with 2020 and the pandemic, you know, kids are on edge, and the last thing they need right now is to add another element of anxiety into the picture right now. But what they're going to do is they're going to hope for the best, and They packed up their sandbags, and they really appreciate the sand being available from the parish. So in Grand Isle right now, it's kind of like an empty ghost town. I know that's kind of redundant when I said empty ghost town, but there's hardly anybody here at the Bridgeside Marina. And if you take a look around us here, I mean, all the slips are empty. The only thing that we really see are the blowing tassels around here. But take a look at the sky. It's a very, you couldn't paint a better picture right now. I know it's fairly ominous with a approaching storm, but they're hoping that the effects will be very minimal here, but they've done what they've could. There's going to be a curfew that goes into effect at 9 o'clock tonight. Anybody else that had heeded the evacuation order, they've gone, and if they don't have a place to stay, as I mentioned, they'll be staying in Raceland tonight. But as you can see, it's fairly calm right now. A nice breeze here, very deceptive for what may come here in the next few hours. Karen, Katie?
Yeah, let's hope everybody's done and they're chilling like those pelicans that we're looking at right now. They're just hanging out on those two pilings, just kind of waiting for what's to come. Thanks so much, Ton. We'll check back in with you in just a little while. And one of the other areas that we always keep a close eye on is Lafitte. That's an area where they get consistent problems with storm surge. Here's another look at how they're getting ready. You can see the sandbags in these photos. Lots of sandbags, lots of people showing up to get them. Those are bigger HESCO baskets full of sand, which of course are put out by the parish. Major sandbags, if you will, put in place to make sure that the water doesn't get where it does not need to go. They have a new system of flood walls and levees down there in Lafitte. Good news for them. They cut the ribbon on that just on Friday. It's 7.5 feet tall, 3 miles long. All of that was part of a $300 million project, but you can see there's still a great need for sandbags for people who are still concerned about their property as these two storms hover around Louisiana.
And there are a few mandatory evacuations in effect in the lower lying areas of our region. In Jefferson Parish, they include Grand Isle, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, and Barataria. In Plaquemines Parish, the entire East Bank is under a mandatory evacuation order. On the West Bank, it extends from the Alliance Refinery to Venice. And then in Lafourche Parish, as you heard Ton mention, it's south of the Lee, Ontario floodgates. Well, we are waiting for an update from Governor Edwards. We expect that to happen about an hour from now at 6 p.m. In the meantime, President Trump has approved the emergency disaster declaration requested by Governor John Bel Edwards.
And we want to get right to your local weather expert, Alexandra Cranford, for the latest on Marco and Laura. There were significant changes at 4 o'clock. What's happening right now, Alexandra?
Hey, Katie. Yeah, we're seeing actually over South Louisiana, a few of you may have experienced a couple of showers from Marco, and these are the two positions of these two storms. So thankfully, they're not clustered together in the Gulf together at this point. Laura is way out near the eastern end of Cuba, and Marco is pretty close, actually, if you look at the center of it, to our coastline. I wanted to show you just one more time, just in case you missed it, not to get too into detail, but because we've already covered the path in detail, but notice that the new shift in Marco's path is kind of maybe right along the Louisiana coast out to the west, probably with a landfall along the South Louisiana coast, whether it is right over southeast Louisiana or maybe a bit farther, possibly even southwest Louisiana. These models have really been jumping around with this particular system especially. And then one more check on Laura, which has also shifted a bit more to the west, likely because of a big high pressure area, a ridge building in that Bermuda high kind of making its way all the way over to the eastern part of the Gulf, and might have more of an influence in pushing Laura off to the west. If both of these go west, though, we're still anticipating heavy rain and probably some other impacts, including at least breezy conditions, tropical storm force winds possible. With both of these systems, Marco on Monday and Laura on Wednesday, and note that they also increased Laura's intensity. I wanted to show you this really quickly. This is a little hard to decipher, but just to point out really quickly that the timing of the arrival of potential tropical storm force winds, this line shows Monday about 8 a.m. So that's actually been pushed back a little bit, and then maybe toward New Orleans and over toward other spots, maybe during the day on Monday, as we've been saying, with winds probably increasing gradually tonight particularly along the coast, and then tomorrow looks breezy. A lot of people ask about how warm is the Gulf right now. Of course, it's plenty warm enough at late August into early September with our sea surface temperatures anywhere from 85 to 90 or so for much of the Gulf. What to expect: passing downpours with winds increasing late tonight. Tomorrow's the main day as it gets close to our coast, and that surge that I showed you earlier is down a bit. And then Tuesday, we're going to be looking eventually for Marco to leave, and then we'll be gearing up for Laura after that. It's 86 in New Orleans. Here's our radar with just a few showers here and there, and we are expecting tonight our rain chance to be about maybe 40% or so for most of our inland spots. Tomorrow we increase it pretty high. Tuesday we drop it a bit to 60% between the systems, and then Wednesday it's back up with Laura probably approaching as we head into that Wednesday timeframe with at least some rain for our area. We'll be right back.
It is now 5 o'clock. Welcome to a special edition of the Eyewitness News. I'm Karen Swenson.
And I'm Katie Moore. Of course, all eyes are on the two tropical systems that are making their way into the Gulf of Mexico. We have Hurricane Marco out there, and of course, Laura that is approaching as well. So we want to get right to meteorologist Alexandra Cranford for the latest on the storms and where they're going. Alexandra?
Hey, Katie. Yeah, you know, yesterday we were talking about these two paths just right on top of each other, and we've seen that change today. And I was kind of thinking yesterday, you know, it doesn't get much worse than this, does it? Two hurricanes right over southeast Louisiana, forecast within 2 days of each other coming this week. And I thought if there are any changes, which, you know, often there are as we get closer to a system and get a better feel for it, it would probably be a good thing. And actually, that's what we're seeing today. So yesterday we had both the red cone, which is Laura's, and the yellow cone, which is Marco, just right over southeast Louisiana, with both of them landfalls in almost the same spot. And then today, near the mouth of the Mississippi River. And then today, changes for both of these. So Laura's was a little more subtle. Laura's obviously farther out, so you'd expect some changes with its long range sort of forecast path. So it has been shifted to the west. And the thinking, I think, is the big high pressure area that's going to be pushing it. And we've been talking about the potential for that, pushing Laura a bit more to the west. And that's why we say there is some uncertainty, especially with that one. But then Marco was the surprise one today with its models, the computer models showing really different solutions. just kind of jumping around, and that might be because they're not handling the upper level pattern quite so well. There have been some changes in that. There's also going to be some increased wind shear along the coast, so there was some talk of maybe that is confusing the models a bit, but it is really something to see. These models have gotten very good, but with Marco in particular, there has been a change in that particular path. So those are the two paths. We're still expecting effects from both of them, but it is kind of nice actually to see Laura shifted a bit to the west. That still puts us on the eastern side with heavy rain potential and probably other impacts. But it is nice to see the system at least looking like it's going to potentially make landfall farther to the west. And then also with Marco, we are actually seeing some rain associated with that increase in moisture ahead of the system. Some showers for those of you around Lake Maurepas. We have some showers south of New Orleans around Estelle, and then a few along the coast too, a little bit in Pearl River County in Mississippi as well. So these are our showers that we're going to see probably increasing tonight and into tomorrow. So just to kind of get back into the regular forecast, sometimes when we talk about tropical systems coming, we're talking so much about impacts. It is a little surprising when you step outside and things are not quite so bad and don't know when it's going to happen. So let me just kind of lay it out for tonight's rain chance will be about 40 to 50%. It won't be completely widespread showers and storms increasing everywhere, but we will see Marco getting closer and spreading some of that rain in, especially by tomorrow morning. So we'll see some passing rain, humid conditions, mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the 70s, and our winds from the east, we'll say 10 to 20 miles per hour. Right now they're up to only about 10 to 15 miles per hour and a little less than that for some spots. But by tonight and then tomorrow, our winds will be increasing. And then tomorrow we'll have highs likely in the 80s. We will have some downpours, maybe some areas of heavy rain as Marco again will be passing just to the west. So showers and moisture are able to wrap around the system when that does happen. A high chance for showers with humid conditions and windy conditions as well. So a tentative outlook for tomorrow. Notice that the temperatures don't really rebound very much in the afternoon because we will have the showers with decent rain chances stretching through the day. So Marco will get closest to our coastline, it looks like in the afternoon or early evening. And it may stay, as you saw with the forecast cone there, just to the southwest of the city of New Orleans and many of our inland spots, and maybe skirt the south central Louisiana coast. So that would keep, since Marco has a kind of small wind field of hurricane force winds, and actually it is on the low end of the hurricane scale right now with winds of just 75 miles per hour. That's a lot, but it is kind of compact right around the center, but we will see rain farther away from that as Marco moves off to the west. So our forecast tonight, this is not perfect, but it actually has a bit of a lull for us tonight. So we may have, as I mentioned, maybe 40% or so chances for some showers and downpours. This could maybe be tomorrow morning. There could easily be a few heavier pockets of rain. For example, this model has some just off the coast that could be located over some of our coastal areas perhaps, or a bit farther inland. But you can see we might start the day for some of us without a whole lot of rain, but note what happens by tomorrow afternoon. Showers and downpours start to spread in. This model has them into tomorrow night, 11 p.m. It has continued possibly heavy rain Monday night, and then Tuesday morning, the center of Marco by then will likely be at least off to the west of our area, if not southwest. That would be great if it stayed a little bit farther from us. Tuesday morning into Tuesday afternoon, we will probably still have some downpours passing through. So the rain chance officially for Tuesday is a little bit lower because we'll kind of be between the two systems, but it is a bit higher Monday and Wednesday. And I've been talking about the rain totals. We are under a flash flood watch for now almost the entire area. It now includes the North Shore and the South Shore for 3 to 6 or so inches of rain. Few models are showing a little bit less than that, so that would be a really good thing. That would be a nice development if we didn't have to deal with that flash flooding potential. It might just be more of these showers and downpours. Many of us pick up maybe a couple of inches of rain, and some spots could get some heavy rain, so that's why the flash flood watch is going to be in effect. But it does look like it might be manageable for many spots, especially Monday. Now, when Laura comes through on Wednesday, some of the models are bringing some heavy rain back over, maybe dumping perhaps a few few more inches over southeast Louisiana, which could conceivably bring our totals closer to maybe 5 or 10 or so. We will see. Laura is a bit more uncertain as it is farther out. So here's your 7-day forecast for now. The models have been changing. This may change a bit as well, but this is what we're looking for right now. We transition back to more just scattered rain on Thursday, maybe still associated with Laura, which might be to our north by then. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, back to more typical August weather, and the heat will be coming back too.
Keep our eye on the prize for next weekend. Thank you very much, Laura. Again, we are expecting Governor Edwards to speak to the public about 50 minutes from now. We expect another update on Marco and Laura preparations. We'll bring you that live. Earlier, though, he did encourage all Louisianians in the southern part of the state to use today's mostly good weather to get ready for both storms and then prepare to just stay put.
Between now and dark tonight, put yourself and your family in the position that you want to be in, that you need to be in, and assume that you've got 72 hours or so that you're going to have to maintain that position.
All right, I was just told that I called Alexandra Laura, but Laura and Marco and
right, and we used to have a meteorologist named Laura, so there's that.
Alexandra, thank you. Could be worse. Your name could be Karen these days. All right,
there you go.
St. Bernard Parish officials held a press conference about an hour ago.
They sure did, and you'll remember that they took quite a hit during Cristobal earlier this season. So Parish President Guy McInnes gave us an update just a little while ago.
Here we go again with something that we don't know a whole lot about in 2020. 2 storms in the Gulf of Mexico, so we're preparing for all of that as best we can. I want to thank our employees for the great work that they've been doing over the last few days. Our firefighters and our employees have been helping citizens in St. Bernard Parish self-make sandbags, upwards to 16,000 sandbags in one day. So it's a great accomplishment. Doesn't matter which street you live on, doesn't matter the color of your skin, everyone's out there helping each other accomplish that. So I wanted to make sure we gave a shout out to all of our employees for the hard work that they're doing and that they do every time we have a storm of this magnitude. Our Emergency Operations Center will be activated at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning here in St. Bernard Parish. It appears that Marco will be arriving Monday afternoon sometime, and Laura Thursday morning sometime. What we worry about with these storms is the piling up of storm surge. Just got off the phone call with the governor and CPRA, and their modeling actually shows between the storms that the water's going to be able to recede some, which gives us pleasure hearing that so that we can recover when Laura passes by. Remember, Cristobal, when it passed by as a tropical storm, it put 6 to 7 feet of storm surge in St. Bernard Parish. It inundated our levees, and we had plenty of problems getting back up to speed as far as commerce and recreation here in St. Bernard Parish.
So good news for St. Bernard Parish on the storm surge threat. They got that good news from the National Weather Service around 4 o'clock. And that's also a concern for people over in Plaquemines Parish, where there are some evacuation orders in place. And our Mike McDaniel has been in Plaquemines Parish talking with the parish president there, getting us the latest on preparations for these 2 storms. Mike?
Hey, Katie, yeah, you talked about mandatory evacuation orders, so let's go ahead and talk about those. We talked about them earlier, but they are worth repeating. The entire east bank of Plaquemines Parish is under a mandatory evacuation order, and part of the west bank as well. That stretches all the way from Alliance down to Venice. Behind me is one of 6 sandbag locations across the parish. If you want to get a little closer here, where folks can come in and fill their own bags. You are asked to bring your own shovel, but the bags are provided. We're told this is the 3rd load of dirt so far, and there has been just a steady stream of folks out here filling those bags to make sure that they can protect their property. I'm going to try to talk to a few folks. Sir, I know you're really busy. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Are you on the east or west bank?
I'm on the west bank.
West bank. How long have you been there?
Oh, all my life.
All your life. Have you had any flooding problems with hurricanes in the past, or know?
Not at all.
How concerned are you with 2 storms at once?
Oh, really? Yeah, it's like something. It's like a something. I don't know what it's like. It's once in a lifetime, you know. once in a lifetime, this the two storms at once.
You know, when you think about it, you know, you want to protect your property. Did you get any help out here to help you with these?
My shovel and this little rig I got here.
Now, are they going around your home, a business, or?
Yeah, it's going around my home.
How many have you done so far?
Oh,
we just started?
Yeah, I just started. 3 of them.
Well, I appreciate it. I'll let you get on about it.
Okay.
We're going to walk over here as well. Mike, if you can, just follow me. So the parish actually just started doing self-serve sandbags this season, because we were told a little bit earlier, because of financial constraints, they haven't had the manpower to do it like they have in the past, which was filling the bags for you, and you just come in and pick it up. If I can just bug you real quick, are you on the East or West Bank?
West Bank.
West Bank. Have you, how long have you been there?
About a year and a half.
Have you had any issues with flooding in the past, whether it be storms or just rainstorms?
Not particularly. Just pretty new to the area, so this is all pretty new to us.
Where are you new from?
The West Coast.
So hurricanes got to be a little bit different right here, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So what goes through your mind when you hear a hurricane being from the West Coast?
Just having been in the Coast Guard, you think of Katrina, so you want to make sure you're prepared, and like I said, it's our first one, so.
So I guess that's why you guys are out here getting prepared now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this your first haul of sandbags?
Yeah, it should be my only one.
Let's hope it is, right?
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
You know, and also on the other side of this building is the multi-purpose center here in Plaquemines Parish. It's right behind the governmental complex off of Abear Drive, if you're familiar with that area. And this is for folks who do heed that mandatory evacuation order in place for the East Bank. You can come here. There are COVID restrictions in place, so your temperature will be checked. You will get scanned. You must wear a mask. You'll get an armband. So all the proper procedures and protocols are in place. If you do need a shelter here in Plaquemines Parish, you can come here. You are asked to stay the duration just in case, and you probably will not be permitted to re-enter if you do leave. We are starting to get a few raindrops out here, and this has been the scene ever since we've been here, and that's been a couple of hours now. So we expect a few more people to come in. I'm not sure if there's another load of dirt just yet, but we'll catch back up with other folks here in just a little bit. Katie?
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. I know President Lapine talked about the concerns about COVID and the shelter, so I'm sure we'll check back in with you and find out a little bit more about that as well in just a little while. Thanks so much, Mike.
All right, it is now 5:14. We are awaiting a press conference from the governor. That'll come up at 6. We'll be right back.
If you live in St. Tammany Parish and you need to pick up some sandbags to protect your property, they will be available again starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you can find a list of locations where you can get them on our website, WWLTV.com. Officials are stressing you should stock up now, and you may need more supplies on hand than usual with the 2 storms threatening back to back.
due to the two storms coming in such close fashion that we may experience downed trees from the first storm and power outages that may be extended before the time period for repair may be extended, and our citizens need to be aware of that and prepare for longer periods of time if power does in fact go out. There are certain protocols that the utility companies must take before they're able to get back out to help restore power. So we hope that that doesn't happen, but we ask our citizens to be prepared for that in the event of such a case. That again is to emphasize stock up on your groceries, water, ice, and other provisions in the event that we have to stay in shelter, stay in place for a long period of time.
Well, just like with any storm that threatens New Orleans, attention always turns to the Sewage and Water Board, and this morning they fired up those additional generators ahead of the threat.
Today, the agency says all 99 of the city's drainage pumps are working. One of them was still out yesterday, and the concern for them isn't just whether or not those pumps can work, but if they can power them. To make up for diminished power at the facility, 5 loud generators known as EMDs, as Karen just mentioned, they're being tested. They will be deployed as a frontline source of electricity rather than just used as backups.
All right, these bear repeating. These are the mandatory evacuations that are in place in Jefferson Parish. It's Grand Isle, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, Barataria. In Plaquemines Parish, it's the entire East Bank, and on the West Bank from the Alliance Refinery to Venice. Then in Lafourche Parish, it is south of the Lee, Ontario floodgates.
Another area of concern, of course, is Lafitte down in Lower Jefferson Parish. These are photos, and they show people setting up sandbags there, getting lots of them from the parish, from the government in Lafitte. New system of flood walls and levees is in place in Lafitte. They just cut the ribbon on that on Friday, but these sandbags are still being put in place just as a precaution. Those are big HESCO baskets that you can see there that have tons of sand in them to keep the water where it's supposed to go. That new flood protection system, it's 7.5 feet tall, 3 miles long, and it's all part of a $300 million project.
Well, in the last 24 hours, we've had so many changes to the forecast, and your next, I guess, intermediate update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 7. Wondering in the interim, are we going to see any more changes?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of been all over the place with these storms, at least when it comes to Marco, and that's the one that we're expecting impacts from first. So we want to get right to Alexandra Cranford, who's standing by to give us the latest on the forecast.
Yeah, it's really something to see. I'm sure you at home, you, Katie and Karen, and then meteorologists too, all of us a little confused by the big jumping of the computer models, because we really have seen that. It seems like now we've gotten to a point where usually these models get into very tight consensus. They all kind of close in on each other, showing a good consensus as you get closer and closer to a stronger system, and eventually to land. Often that will happen, that there's a really good consensus in the models. But as I've shown you before, the spaghetti computer model plots are just kind of all over the place. And in fact, for Marco, a lot of them are now going south of the Louisiana coast, with the center maybe even staying off of the coast. The National Hurricane Center forecast path does have it skirting the coast and getting close to South Louisiana as we get into Monday. And Laura's path has been a little more uncertain, really just because it's so far out, and the long range effects will still be dependent on how strong it can get when it gets into the Gulf and so forth. But interesting to see Laura's winds increasing a touch to 60 miles per hour. Still a tropical storm. That's Laura. Marco is now a Category 1 hurricane. As we look at a couple of things, so for example, Hurricane Marco's path, this is what I was talking about with that turn. Instead of going right over New Orleans and making landfall maybe near the mouth of the Mississippi River like the forecast was showing yesterday, now it might take more of this turn. There will be some increased wind shear as it gets close, so it's thinking that the models might be struggling with that as it turns out to the west. And also it will have high pressure driving it that way. There will be an upper low over South Texas that was looking like it might direct it a bit farther to the north, and now it may make that curve off to the west. So that's the updated model forecast path that we got today from Marco from the National Hurricane Center. The new path will come out at 10, an updated path. And again, with these models jumping all over the place, we will see exactly what happens with that, whether it does change a bit, and it looks like it probably will, as there's some uncertainty uncertainty with that, and also with Tropical Storm Laura, which has been shifted a bit to the west, and the intensity increased to a Category 2 storm that starts at 96+ mile-per-hour winds. So it might be the National Hurricane Center has a higher forecast for maybe 100+ mile-per-hour winds there. So one thing that's going to be happening, again, there's the upper low not showing up so much with the upper level winds. Here is the high, though, building in at midweek, entering maybe even over the southeast U.S. and kind of spreading perhaps all the way into the eastern Gulf. And so that is one of the things that keeps driving Laura a little bit farther to the west, by the way. Our Marco impacts for tomorrow, this is what we've been showing, about 3 to 6 inches. That's a flash flood watch in effect for much of our area. High winds, although if Marco is such a small storm, and it is, and it has hurricane force winds really right around the center, we will see if it does skirt farther to the west and skirts along the coast away from some of our inland spots like New Orleans and the North Shore. The high winds may be reduced. Our chance for these 70 mile per hour or hurricane force wind gusts might be lower for tomorrow, so that would be a good thing. Storm surge 2 to 6 feet, and it dependent a little bit on what part of our coast you're looking at, which I'll show you in a second, but that actually went down a touch with this latest advisory too. A few tornadoes possible. That will be something we're still watching for tomorrow. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center has put us at that level 2, a slight risk of severe storms, including tornadic storms. Most of those tornadoes associated with a tropical system are brief. They spin up quickly, but they are certainly something to watch. So that would be tomorrow. I'll show you that map in a bit, and there could still be some changes. Getting into our storm surge watches and warnings, notice that these numbers, the 3 to 5 feet from the mouth of the Mississippi River over to the east, those are a little bit lower than earlier today when it was 4 to 6 feet. So not a huge change, but nice to see it down a bit, as if the center continues off to the west, we may see those levels not quite getting up as high as it was looking like. Still about 4 to 6, though, around Port Fourchon and much of our South Louisiana coast on toward Terrebonne Parish and so forth. 2 to 4 feet for the Lake Pontchartrain, so you might notice those waters rising for those of you around the lake. And if you're curious when tides are highest tomorrow, it will be about 8 a.m. the high tide for the Slidell and Shell Beach area. Grand Isle, it would be in the afternoon, and the tidal range tomorrow is about a ½ foot or so. As we look at a different view here of our live radar showing a few passing downpours, this is kind of what we were expecting for today. Many of you have maybe either gotten a few sprinkles or maybe a light shower. There are a few pockets of some slightly heavier rain, one around Lake Maurepas, these moving to the west, also one south of Raceland. This one around Lake Salvador is kind of fizzled as it moves off to the west, and one near the coast too. We will likely continue with that tonight. In fact, a couple of models have our rain decreasing tonight with not quite as much expected overnight, maybe about a 40% chance overnight, but increasing tomorrow. And note that today we have had our North Shore spots into the Mississippi coast included under that flash flood watch. So this is still pretty much the same thing we've been saying. We might get 1 to 2 or 3 inches of rain kind of on the lower end, so that would be very manageable for most of us. On the higher end, though, that's really where the flash flood watch comes into play. If we did see a heavy downpour or a rain band just continue to bring heavy rain over one spot, that would be the concern there. This is our forecast from the Weather Prediction Center going all the way through Saturday. And note that the oranges, reds to oranges are mainly what we're seeing over South Louisiana. So that corresponds to anywhere from 3 or so inches to maybe 6 or 7 or so inches. So this combines not only Marco, but Laura too. And it does look like Laura, if it does make landfall, now it's looking like perhaps somewhere around the Louisiana-Texas state line. That would still wrap in a lot of moisture on Wednesday. So we're still going to get rain from both of these systems, Marco tomorrow and then Laura, as we get into the middle of the week. Showing you some rain amounts the Euro has with Marco through Tuesday morning. So I've paused it here at 9 a.m. Tuesday. So Marco will be leaving the area by then. We may, by that point, the Euro is saying maybe anywhere from 1 inch to maybe 3 or 4 inches, but then it adds almost another double that over us with Laura. So that would bring us by the end of the week, getting toward the end of Thursday, to maybe that 3 to 7 or so inches that you saw with the Weather Prediction Center outlook, which combines different models. Our 7-day forecast is showing tomorrow, of course, I would gear up for passing downpours, breezy conditions, windy, especially near the coast, and we may also see that surge increasing during the day. then falling by tomorrow and Tuesday. As you said, we may get enough of a break, hopefully so that we don't see any really drastic effects on Wednesday, although it will likely rise again on Wednesday with Laura. And then after Laura passes Thursday, we will look for a chance for some scattered downpours, still probably breezy conditions Thursday, and then a little bit more back to normal Friday into the weekend. And I've been saying something to look forward to, if you need that, is some models showing a pretty decent front sweeping southward. Not sure if it'll get quite here, but something for not this week where we're consumed with the tropics, but next week. So we'll have that to look forward to if you kind of want to keep that in your mind.
We always need a silver lining. Alexandra, thank you very much. Well, one of the areas that is under a mandatory evacuation order tonight is Grand Isle. Let's check in on Tan Trung now. Are people heeding it?
Karen, we've been seeing a steady stream of people leaving Grand Isle, and certainly the areas near Golden Meadow as well, leaving on LA1, heading up Highway 90. That's very backed up, at least it was earlier today when we arrived here. And since we've been broadcasting for the last hour or so, we have noticed that the wind is picking up. Nothing extreme again, but it is getting a little bit more steady than it was about an hour ago. And we're starting to feel some rain as well. You can take a look at some of the clouds here. Those have been fast moving, and certainly this is something hopefully not ominous for what's going to be coming this way. But this community is prepared. It's very weather aware, and it is a veteran storm community, if you want to call it that. They understand the dangers of storm surge and coastal erosion. That combination can be very impactful for this area. So many people, of the 1,300 families or so that live in this area, we saw a good amount of people pulling their boats, taking their campers and their trailers as well, and leaving this area. Same goes for the area near Golden Meadow and the areas south of the Lee, Ontario floodgate. That floodgate south of that area is under a mandatory evacuation order as well. And the mayor here in Grand Isle made the decision to issue a mandatory evacuation order around 9 o'clock this morning, mainly because he's unsure of what the impact from two storms will bring. Take a listen to Mayor David Carmidel.
Now we got two storms coming. I can handle one, kind of know what to do with it, but with two of them, we think we'd have a lot of water that comes in behind the island. And in the meantime, higher tides mean more damages to the levee. And you can see where the rocks are, the 5 rock segments that the Corps had put, they're working. And our dream was to continue putting rocks in the Gulf. If you don't continue putting them, you see what happens. So what we're doing now, they came in and they put rocks on the levee, and that's okay. But if you put the rocks in the Gulf, you would see it build up by itself.
And Mayor Carmidel has been calling and pleading for a long-term solution to the coastal erosion, which has been very consistent here over the decades. He is still in town here. He's urging everybody who is deciding to stay in town to be safe tonight. A curfew will go into effect around 9 o'clock tonight. And as you can see right now, it is a very picturesque evening, or almost evening, at this hour. There is a little bit of mist coming here, but nothing extreme. And as the mayor said today, with the kind of double threat of storms, I mean, they're prepared for it, but it's the novelty that many people are talking about. But he says one storm at a time, and the first one up is going to be Marco. They're hoping that the impact will be minimal. Karen, Katie, back to you.
All right. They are veterans over there. Thanks very much, Tan, as are you, covering the storms. Thank you.
Yeah, novel is right? So 2020. But we'll be right back with more special coverage of these two systems in just a moment. All right, welcome back to our extended coverage of tropical storms and systems, rather, Marco and Laura.
That's right. We're going to hear from the governor in about a half hour from now. But of course, earlier he was just telling everybody, use today, get your supplies in order and your preparations in order, and then get ready to shelter in place.
Between now and dark tonight, put yourself and your family in the position that you want to be in, that you need to be in, and assume that you've got 72 hours or so that you're going to have to maintain that position.
All right, and that was the governor earlier today, and we're expecting him again to update us on the most recent preparations.
Absolutely. He says get ready just in case. I think that's good advice for just about everyone. I know I went to the grocery store earlier today, and it was absolutely packed. Fortunately, a lot of people masked up, taking all those COVID precautions, but obviously that's a concern for everyone as we get prepared to handle and weather these two storms.
So true, and there's a certain level of heightened anxiety because we're not only facing unprecedented storms in the Gulf, but now you have COVID, and the governor also saying that shelters will be used just really as a last resort, and if you have to seek shelter at one of the state facilities, he says make sure you have 2 masks for every person over the age of 2, bring your hand sanitizer and those disinfecting wipes. All these things you have to consider in addition to probably all the things you bought, the batteries and the water and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know, we heard in Mike McDaniel's live shot from Plaquemines Parish just a little while ago, President Lapine saying that there were some concerns with COVID of getting people to those shelters when they needed to. And it seemed like people were going there, not necessarily in large numbers, but they were going given the precautions that the parish was taking, and they seemed to be okay with it. So that's good news as well.
Well, and let's hope that these storms, you know, we were able to avert them both.
Sure.
Because, you know, Chris Franklin, I heard one of the parish officials earlier saying that they were kind of nervous that the people that might need to evacuate won't because they are afraid of the pandemic. And so they may not seek the shelter they're advised to.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern and something to just add on to the 2020 season. Not only the fact that we are also dealing with 2 systems that are approaching us, not only that we have to deal with one and be one and done. No, we've got a day maybe in between the next one moving up toward us. And again, we just kind of want to analyze and see what we have and what we know right now, because as we show you the computer models, as we show you the forecast, they have been changing dramatically. And I think that kind of gives folks maybe a little bit less confidence in all the meteorologists that we don't know what we're talking about. This has been a very, very difficult forecast. Both of the storm structures have kind of changed in and of themselves, which already is difficult enough to forecast, but these have just proven very, very tricky. And then the upper steering, which is what guides these storms, has not really been playing by what the computer models had at one time thought. So they all have to adjust themselves. And then we see kind of a new pattern emerging. The computer models have to adjust themselves. And that really has been the case really since both of these disturbances developed out in the Atlantic. These have just not been playing by the rules. So kind of like to look at things as they're happening right now and then kind of project out what may be happening in the next couple of days. Again, we've been talking about the fact that it is certainly not set in stone that Marco is going to be making landfall in South Louisiana. There are still some models that kind of allow Marco to hug the coast, and it actually moves more in the direction of Texas, which has been just crazy with both of these storms. We're certainly see some of the outer moisture now showing up within our radar range, and that outer rainfall is moving across parts of the Gulf South, including Southeast Louisiana. We've seen a few showers passing through, not a great deal of coverage today. So you still have the rest of this evening if you're trying to bring things indoors, get things outside from your yard, or if maybe you're just kind of on the fence as to whether or not you think you need to leave. I know my family is certainly not in an area that they would need to evacuate, but there's also that idea of losing power for perhaps several days. And remember, Entergy crews can't get back, and CLECO for that matter, can't get back out there until conditions improve. And they may not really happen until late Thursday or more into Friday. So if you lose power tomorrow for Marco, it may not be coming back on until Friday. Just again, something to consider. Right now, though, it is still a Category 1. We have seen winds gusting up to 90 miles an hour, but I'm going to show you a couple of buoys that are actually very near the center, and we're not finding winds anywhere close to that strength right now. Also something, and you really see it when you colorize satellite, a lot of those more intense thunderstorms that you saw bubble up really have just collapsed. So this is weakening, and it may be because of that wind shear and dry air on the western side of it that are really helping to kind of hinder any further organization. There are also wind shear that we were talking about, and I'll tell you how that's going to be a factor in this storm as well. Again, we have seen the Hurricane Center kind of adjusting their track accordingly and making that more turn maybe just south of Morgan City, and perhaps even just briefly brushing the coast as it continues generally in the direction of Texas. There are some models that keep it off of our coast completely and move it in the direction of Texas. Again, that is still very much a possibility. Look at the winds. Here is the center of Marco right now with winds of 75 miles an hour. A buoy not too far away. Wind direction is certainly there, but a buoy not far away from the center, 16 miles an hour, 16-mile-an-hour winds. And these are within about 100 or so, maybe 150 miles of the center of the storm. So the wind field is not huge. So wherever this storm does make landfall, and let's assume that the strongest winds will still be near the center, really you're going to see those tropical storm force or near hurricane force winds right near the center, because it does not look as though that wind field is very large at the moment. Now, again, that could change, and sometimes that does as it starts to weaken or become a little bit more disorganized. You tend to see the winds, the strongest winds, move away from the center, especially if that dry air interacts with it. And we've also seen from Laura is the fact that as it was moving across the islands, we really saw a lot of the thunderstorm development from the center offshore. So it was trying to keep itself going by kind of disassociating the center of circulation with most of the thunderstorms. So that's why it's actually maintained some decent strength, and also why it may be that it's going to stay more south of Cuba as it continues moving generally in a west-northwesterly direction, and at the moment at a very good clip. We like these fast-moving storms. We want them in and out of here as fast as possible, and Laura and Marco, for that matter, have both shown that they have been moving at a pretty decent clip. And really, so far, there doesn't appear to be anything that would hinder that forward speed, even as it gets closer to land. A lot of thunderstorm development, and far more impressive looking than Hurricane Marco is at the moment. And as I mentioned, it does look like this may be now. Remember, earlier forecasts had this north of Cuba, then over Cuba, and now south of Cuba, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because if it does go more south, it probably has more of a tendency to stay farther to our west. And I'll show you why in the steering currents in just a moment. This is expected to become possibly a 2 at the moment, but that is not set in stone by any means. And there is certainly the possibility, as conditions during a brief period in the Gulf of Mexico, there is going to be a window of opportunity, that it is not out of the realm of possibilities that we see a major hurricane, in other words, a Category 3 at least, south of the Louisiana coastline. That is something that is very, very possible as we get into Tuesday, Wednesday. Hopefully, if that does happen, we don't hope it happens at all, but if it happens, we want that to continue going as far west as possible. And again, as I'd mentioned, it looks like atmospheric conditions are going to be somewhat favorable for a strengthening Laura. Marco, that just does not look to be the case. Here's what's happening right now. Big upper trough across Texas. That upper trough continues into the Gulf, not as powerful, but you have a strong wind shear. That is causing what it looks to be Marco weakening at the moment and allowing a lot of those taller thunderstorms to begin to collapse and actually get sheared away and actually getting picked up by the upper trough and moved across much of the eastern half of the United States. Now, Laura, on the other hand, is right now being driven by a big upper high. That's what's kind of keeping that forward motion going at a pretty good clip. Let's kind of focus in on this big upper trough, because what it's also helping to do is kind of feed in some drier air. Now, the drier air in the Gulf is maybe not quite as dry as I would like to see it. This would be great if you had this kind of an air mass that's over Texas and Mexico in the Gulf of Mexico. That would be fantastic, but certainly not the most humid of air masses in the Gulf. So that, coupled with the wind shear, looks like it is keeping Marco as a weaker storm right now. Here's the steering. The upper high, this has been the big player in this storm, because the forecast models have really not done a great job of just how far west or east that high would be as the storms made their way into the Gulf of Mexico. Remember, earlier forecasts had what would become Laura staying off the east coast of Florida, because the upper high was going to be almost kind of in this position, and Laura would follow around the western periphery of it. Well, that has not been the case. So here's what's going on. Here's kind of that broad upper level trough. It is weakening down to the south, but there is still this little kind of weaker circulation associated with the trough. The high builds farther west. That starts pushing Marco farther west and then Laura farther west. As Laura gets into the Gulf of Mexico, that high looks like it is going to continue building in, which would continue pushing Laura away from us. So after a landfall of Marco, it does look like Laura may be following not too far behind, possibly as a far stronger hurricane. And then notice that little turn up toward the northeast is because the high starts building in, and this little upper low, what is left of it, kind of continue to push the storm more in the direction of kind of the Ohio River Valley. So right now, that's how the upper steering is setting up. As we've mentioned before, this is not set in stone by any means. And as Alex was mentioning, usually by this point when you're in about 24, 48 hours away from a landfalling storm, the computers normally have a far better consensus, and you start to see them all falling in line. And that really has never been the case with either of these storms. This is a look at the wind shear forecast. Right now, again, we have fairly decent wind shear. As Marco starts to move, again, toward the Louisiana coast, Texas coast, wind shear is still going to be present, which is why it doesn't look like this is going to be intensifying at all. Maybe we'll see a little bit more strengthening tomorrow before it gets near land, and before that wind shear continues to kind of work its magic on it. It doesn't look like that window is really going to be there for any intensification of Marco. Laura, on the other hand, notice the wind shear moves away. We kind of have an upper high, and that should allow further strengthening. As it gets near the coast of Texas or Louisiana, wind shear once again increases. So it does look like that should start to help weakening the storm as it nears the coast. So there is that window of opportunity Tuesday and into Wednesday that we could see Laura intensified. Here's a look at two of the computer models just to show you, again, kind of what they're thinking and the trends. Oh, let me go back here. And the trends that we have been seeing from this. So here's the GFS and here's Marco. At least according to the GFS, it looks to be a little bit stronger than it probably actually is. So here it comes toward the Louisiana coast and then starts to weaken and get jogged more toward Texas. And then actually, according to the GFS, become more of a little open wave or dissipate altogether. Perhaps the upper wind shear rips it apart. Possible. There are a lot of possibilities, aren't there? And then here comes Laura, a far larger and more powerful storm, following basically right behind it toward the Louisiana-Texas line, and then inland and eventually making that kind of northeasterly turn. And again, kind of still putting us in the position of the rainfall, the possibility of tornadoes, and also keeping the rain around probably certainly through Thursday and maybe even on into Friday, although as Alex mentioned, it does look like we'll start to improve as we get into the end of the week. And then this is the Euro model. Here is Marco. Again, kind of looking at it a little bit stronger than it actually is, moving generally toward the west, staying off of the Louisiana coast. Now this model, the Euro, has Laura coming into southeast Louisiana. If that upper high, though, builds in enough, that really is not going to be the case, as it looks like it would get kicked a little bit farther to the west. So as we say, each and every one of these computer model runs, you have to take with a grain of salt, because we have seen them proven almost each and every model run to be not correct. So again, you just kind of take things as they are right now and as things stand, the way they look at the moment in terms of any kind of preparation. So this is what we're looking at. We're going to be on the wet side of both of those storms. It looks like that is very, very likely. So the flood watch is going to be in effect, as we will likely see 3 to 6, maybe some areas a bit more than that, and certainly in areas where we see any banding of rain. We could easily double some of those totals, but doubling in more isolated regions. Not going to be a widespread flooding issue. Winds are going to start picking up again. If you're trying to make plans or just do things around your house, you still have time tonight and into early tomorrow, because even as we go into tomorrow morning, yeah, it'll start to get pretty breezy. Winds will, though, peak as we get into the evening, as the center of Marco is just about as close to the coast as it's going to get. Whether or not it makes landfall or not, that's looking to be about when we're going to see those winds kind of peak and then begin to diminish as we go through the rest of the night, Monday and on into Tuesday. Again, Tuesday we'll get a bit of a reprieve before more storms head our way for Wednesday. Storm surge watches and warnings in effect. 3 to 5 is kind of the number at the moment, or up to 4 to 6. 2 to 4 in the lakes. The big issue then is going to be how much more water does Laura bring us, because as that water gets piled up along our coastline and in the lake, we're not really going to see much time for that to then retreat back into the Gulf waters on Tuesday before we see another surge coming our way from Laura. The size, the position, the speed of Laura is all going to determine how much more water we're going to see from that. So here are the impacts that we're looking for. Rainfall of 3 to 6 inches. And again, that's kind of through through the entire week. That's not just in one day. We can handle that. Any more than that could lead to some street flooding and maybe a bit worse, but I don't think that is really going to be a major concern. High winds, gusts at times to around 70 miles an hour, but you saw our computer model. I think winds sustained at around 30, 40, maybe 50. The way Marco's structure is right now, those 75-mile-an-hour winds are not very far away from the center. You go about 100 or so miles away, and those winds drop off considerably. Storm surge, a few tornadoes. Again, both of the storms are going to be putting us in a position on the northeastern or eastern side, and that is going to bring in that risk of just the rotation around a storm of a few small, usually brief, weaker tornadoes, but tornadoes that can still do some damage. And expect additional changes as we continue through the next couple of days. So again, rainfall is something that we all have to prepare for. Winds mainly down along the coast, storm surge in areas outside of the flood reduction system. And then in terms of tornadoes, we'll maybe see if that becomes more of an issue later on Monday as the storm gets closer, and then again on Wednesday as Laura starts to get closer. Point is, they are not, those forecasts, set in stone by any means, and expect over the next several days to see additional changes in the computer models.
Very interested to see what the 7 o'clock and then 10 o'clock updates are.
It'll probably be different.
I know, probably with these storms.
That I can guarantee with these storms, those forecasts will be different.
Okay, well, we'll keep watching for sure. Thanks so much, Chris. One of the areas, of course, that is concerned about these storms, as they are with many storms, especially with the storm surge, as Chris just mentioned, is Plaquemines Parish. Down at the end of Plaquemines Parish, a lot of people are under a mandatory evacuation order, and that is where Mike McDaniel is tonight. He's keeping an eye on things down there. People still packing up sandbags, things like that. Are you still seeing that out there, Mike?
Oh yeah, it was much more so a little bit earlier whenever you guys came to us. It's kind of died off just a little bit here in the last 20 minutes or so. There's 4 folks still out here filling those sandbags. This is one of 6 sandbag locations across the parish here in Plaquemines where folks can fill their own bags. They are asked to bring their own shovels though, but the parish does supply you with those bags. So that's the good news here. Now, those evacuation orders that you did mention coming up to me here, there is a shelter in place, or there is a shelter open for folks who are heeding those evacuation warnings from the East Bank of Plaquemines Parish and into that portion of the West Bank as well, which stretches from Alliance down to Venice. So the shelter is just on the other side at the multipurpose center here on the governmental complex off of Abear Drive. Now, you will get your temperature checked when you go into that shelter. You will have a screening. You will get an armband. So the COVID restrictions are in place. And we spoke with the parish president a little bit earlier. He does worry a little bit about COVID, making folks not want to come out to a shelter and instead try to weather these storms at home. So he does have advice for those folks, saying, make sure that you are prepared, have at least 3 days of supplies just in case you have to stay in place for about 3 days. He says the main concern when you talk about that storm surge that Chris was talking about, it's the water. It really is the water, because when you have 2 storms, it doesn't allow time for water to recede. So take a listen to what he said a little bit earlier.
Well, it doesn't give us opportunity for the water to recede. One time, if we had a one-time storm and we would get a chance to let the water recede, the other one is right down the pipe, and so that makes us a little nervous.
Yeah, nervous for a lot of folks who are also out here filling up these sandbags. Folks that we spoke with earlier say they are very appreciative of the parish for allowing them to come out and fill these sandbags. Now, here in Plaquemines Parish, they usually fill the sandbags for you, but because of budget constraints as well as manpower, it's all self-serve at this point. With the parish president, Kirk Lepine, who you just heard from, says the parish have been, really preparing for this since Friday, even sending out robocalls to folks across the parish, telling them to be ready, mindful of the evacuation orders, because you need a plan in place, because those plans are about to go into action. Katie?
And whenever, of course, there is a storm that threatens us, people wonder here in New Orleans, will the pumps work? So the attention always turns to the Sewage and Water Board. And this morning, they fired up those additional generators ahead of the threat.
Today, the agency says all 99 of the city's drainage pumps are working. One of them was still out yesterday. And to make up for that diminished power, those 5 loud generators, the EMDs that Karen just mentioned, they're being deployed as a frontline source of electricity rather than used as backups.
And officials say crews with the New Orleans Department of Public Works are working all weekend long to clean those clogged catch basins. Crews with those vacuum trucks have been working to clear them in several different neighborhoods. Always a good idea to check yours and clear it of any debris. If you think that it's still clogged, then report it to 311.
And we'll have much more coverage of Marco and Laura when we come back. Mic check, mic check.
Hello, mic check.
Yes, ma'am.
Mic check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Mayor,
can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for talking to us this afternoon. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you. This is very important, and I appreciate the time.
Absolutely. We're just testing mics right now. We're going to check back with you in just a second to actually get on the air. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
No problem.
It is now 5:55, and as we await the governor, we are joined now on the phone by Mayor Cantrell of New Orleans. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, no, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity.
Your biggest concerns this evening, given all the shifts in the tracks we've seen in the last 24 hours?
My biggest concern right now is, of course, the rain. You know, preparing and bracing ourselves for the rain. You know, of course, you know, our agencies that are responsible in terms of our system, in terms of draining the city, are full, you know, operations. 99 of our pumps are working, which we haven't seen that in over a decade. You know, we did lose a turbine exploded in December. That always gives me pause, but we do have our frequency changers in place. Those are our generators that will provide the redundancy of power that's needed to keep those pumps operational. Also, as it relates to
Mayor Cantrell.
voluntary evacuation, just wanting to encourage them to heed that warning. We know that they're outside of our flood protection system. Any residents who are experiencing or feeling as if they're special needs, they need to call 311. And also those residents who are currently on our special needs registry, the city has been in contact directly with those individuals and setting up spaces again in the event we need to respond to their needs. So we're prepared. You know, we have been planning for this for months, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, hurricane season. So we're no strangers to this. We've been in emergency declarations for some time now, multiple, and so we're ready. And we're bracing ourselves, also wanting to encourage our residents. Where you're going to be tonight, you should be there, plan to be there, sheltering in place for the next 3 days.
And those were sentiments also voiced by the governor, and we'll speak or hear from him in a few moments. In the meantime, are you confident in the security of the Hard Rock collapse site if we have high winds?
Listen, my biggest fear with the Hard Rock site was with our people there. Our people are no longer in that building. It is now an official construction site for demolition. Every construction project throughout the city of New Orleans, including that particular site, they are to bring their operations to a halt, to demobilize, to ensure that the areas are clean, that our drains are protected, and no one is in harm's way. So safety and permits is out, along with DPW, making sure that these things are in place. And I have no reason to see or believe that that's not happening.
Mayor Cantrell, we heard earlier that the Sewerage and Water Board had tested those EMDs, those extra power generators this morning. Are you confident in their ability to deliver power to all of those pumps that you just mentioned that are working? As we're looking at what are you hearing from the National Weather Service? Because we're hearing anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of rain over the next few days.
Yeah, I'm hearing the same as you are. Of course, it's the rate of rain that is always a threat to our city, particularly with that turbine being down. That's why we have the EMDs in place. Listen, I know that the residents feel that they're loud. They are loud, but they're necessary should they be activated. And so we're prepared, and that's what I will say. You know, we have a fragile system. We have not maintained our system for decades. And we're seeing more investment in our infrastructure again than we've seen in decades. So work in progress, but while the work is happening, we've doubled down on our efforts to keep our city safe, keep our people safe and city dry as best as we can.
Are people going to be allowed to park on the neutral grounds? Have you made any decisions on that yet as we see this rain coming in?
Oh, yeah. You know, that was made a couple days ago. There are vehicles on the neutral ground right now. Those restrictions were lifted on yesterday. And so we're going to keep them in place. And we do see that our residents are parking on the neutral ground, higher spaces, and we encourage that.
And what about the pandemic and the fact that we still have a lot of businesses that are shut down? Is there anything unique to this situation other than the fact that it is 2 tropical systems that may be making their way here and it's in the middle of a pandemic? But is there anything specific to that you can see that might have an impact on our response?
Well, the one thing is that, as you mentioned, that the businesses are closed now. So it means that they don't have to really worry, in addition to with the storm coming, about their employees, about how they would prepare for the storm. However, we do have businesses that are operating, and we want them to follow proper guidelines as they have been doing. But, we've been here before. In the middle of a pandemic, no, we have not. However, we have planned for this throughout this pandemic.
Okay, Mayor LaToya Cantrell, we can't thank you enough for being with us. And now we want to jump over to Governor Edwards, who is holding a press conference and an update on the state's response to these 2 storms right now. So let's take a listen in on what he has to say.
Federal disaster declaration that I had asked him to sign, and we certainly appreciate him very much for doing that, because that's going to allow federal assistance to our state, including emergency protective measures, limited to assistance for mass care, including evacuation and shelter support. And obviously this is timely and a good thing, because as I'm sure you're aware, the 4 p.m. update from the National Weather Service now forecasts Laura to potentially make landfall in Louisiana on the cusp of being a Category 3 hurricane. Right now, she's still a tropical storm, but she's predicted to at least be a strong Category 2 hurricane, and right on the line with Category 3 when she makes landfall in Louisiana. And we always advise people to be prepared for a storm that is 1 degree higher, 1 level higher than forecasted anyway. So we need to be ready for a Category 3 hurricane. Just to put this into context, we haven't had a Category 3 hurricane in Louisiana since Hurricane Rita in 2005. And I know that particular year brings up horrific memories and images for all of us in Louisiana. And we also know that tremendous progress has been made in Louisiana in terms of the hurricane risk reduction system and other levees and other flood protection that we have in place. So we ask you to keep in mind that this storm, Laura, could be stronger than we previously thought. Don't let your guard down. And we're also looking at a 1-2 punch because Laura is the second one that we're going to see. The first one is going to be Hurricane Marco. And there's also been a change in the forecast there on the track, not necessarily on the intensity with respect to Marco, but it's going to come in around the mouth of the river and then make a really hard left turn or westward turn and hug the coast for a while. So we're going to get basically a right hook from Marco and then a left hook from Laura. And to describe what that's going to look like in a little more detail, with me again today I have meteorologist Benjamin Schott. Now he works for the National Weather Service out of the New Orleans office, and you can see I have many other members of the team. I'm going to ask Ben to come up and brief you all, and when he's completed that, I'll come back up, and then when I complete my remarks, you'll be able to ask questions of me or any of the other members of my team that you see up here. Thank you. Ben?
Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you, Governor, for inviting us from the National Weather Service to come and provide this information on a very odd meteorological event with 2 tropical systems impacting the state here and just in the course of 48 hours. So with that, I'll kick off a briefing. I have a slideshow also that you'll be able to see to talk a little bit about what we have expected over the course of the next couple of days. So some of the initial impacts when it comes as an overview for Marco will be, it has a very small wind field. So the hurricane force winds likely will be just barely along the mouth of the Mississippi and maybe along parts of southeastern Louisiana as it moves along the coast. But tropical force winds will be possible across much of southeastern Louisiana. With that also is a heavy rain threat, and we'll talk a little bit more about it and some of its impacts, and coastal flooding along with some storm surge. So we get the full gamut with Marco and what it can produce. And then behind it, within just about 48 hours, is Laura. It has all the same impacts, and like the governor was mentioning, it has a potential to be a major hurricane. So this will be something that we'll need to even pay really close attention, especially since as Marco, as I'll show in a second, is forecasted to track along the coast. It's possible that you'll have 2 tropical systems basically within the same space over the course of about 48 hours, which can create a multiplying effect when it comes to impacts and damage. So here's the track for Marco that was released from the Hurricane Center at 4 o'clock. You can see, as the governor was mentioning, it will slow as it approaches the mouth of Mississippi, and then it will weaken slightly and become a tropical storm and then move along the Louisiana coast. It will slow as it moves across the coast, and so you'll see impacts from it along Louisiana's coastline well into Tuesday, if not maybe Tuesday afternoon or evening. With that, again, are the watches and warnings that you see on the graphic. So you can see across southeastern Louisiana, there is tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings up right now, as long as with storm surge. And these are all things that we are expecting for Marco when it makes impact to the southeastern coast sometime tomorrow. The earliest time of arrival for winds, as you can see here, it's really almost now. There are places along the mouth of Mississippi that are seeing some showers and thunderstorms and wind gusts right now to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So the initial insult is pretty much happening as we speak. And then that will increase its impacts with the chance of tropical storm winds as we move through the overnight hours and into tomorrow, and then along the southern coast as it moves slowly to the west, as we had mentioned earlier. Here again is just a quick look at the current storm surge warnings and watches. Almost all of southeastern Louisiana is under a storm surge warning. Anywhere from 3 to 5 or 4 to 6 feet of storm surge is likely. Outside of those areas, 2 to 4 is likely, and especially even as long as you can see across coastal Louisiana as it moves there will still be some impacts with the storm surge and some coastal flooding issues. I mentioned earlier about the rain with Marco, and so there is definitely a high chance of significant rainfall, flash flooding to occur across southeastern Louisiana. That includes the city of New Orleans and all of the North Shore and then parts of both the Florida parishes and then all the way down to the mouth of Mississippi. So there is a significant place here that can see 5, 10, and maybe even locally higher amounts pushing 15. And the key takeaway from this is, folks got to understand you just cannot drive in the water. You can't really see how deep the water is. If it's at nighttime, you'll have no understanding if the roadway is still even there. That is one of the number one killers when it comes to heavy rain and flash flooding in these events is people driving in the water. And so it's key for folks to understand that that threat will be out there through the course tomorrow into Tuesday, as there will likely be very heavy rain bands circulating around Marco in the next 24 to 36 hours. So then right after behind Marco, we have Laura. Laura, as you can see here, is right now moving along the very southern and southeasterly portions of Cuba. It will keep working its way to the west over the course of the next couple of days. And as it comes off Cuba, that will be key because that's when we'll have a full understanding of how organized it is and how quickly it can develop into a hurricane. Right now, as the governor mentioned, it is expected to be a Category 2, a very strong Category 2, at the upper level of that category as it approaches the coastline of Louisiana. There is definitely the possibility that it could be a little bit stronger and be a Category 3. That has significant impacts when it comes to the storm surge, and I'll hit on that here in just a moment. The reasonable time for it to start to see its effects, there may be some glancing blow along Plaquemines Parish and the far southeastern portions of the state as early as Tuesday night. But the most likely effects across southwest Louisiana will be on Wednesday morning. If you think about what I just talked about a second ago about the timing with Marco, it will be exiting the state to the west on Tuesday evening. And then less than maybe 12 to 18 hours later, the effects of Laura will be working its way into the state. There is a very narrow window between these two systems, and I can't even really put words real clearly about how remarkably odd that is to have two systems like that so close to each other impacting the same state within such a short period of time. So because we are expecting Laura to be anywhere from a very high-end Cat 2 to a possible Cat 3, this gives a quick look at what the reasonable worst-case scenario would be for storm surge. And basically that would be 10 feet plus along the southwest Louisiana coastline. The other interesting thing with a storm of this magnitude and that strength, if it holds like that as it makes its way inward, is that there can be effects pushing water up the rivers up to 30 miles inland. So you don't have to be just along the coast to see the impacts of the storm surge and the coastal flooding with Laura because it's such a strong storm and it's going to be pushing so much water. The other interesting thing about Laura as compared to Marco is that it's a very large storm. Its wind field is going to be much larger than Marco's. And so there will actually be storm surge effects even in southeastern parts of Louisiana from Marco. And so it's possible there could be significant storm surge flooding across much of southeastern Louisiana. And so that is possible there of anywhere to maybe 7 to 10 feet, depending on where the track sets up and where it makes landfall along the coast. So some other considerations when it comes to Laura. We have a little bit less confidence in exactly how, again, the intensity is going to be, though the track hasn't moved as much over the course of the last 24 hours. When it comes to Laura, the other significant thing is, again, larger wind field, like I mentioned, and so it can have effects much further away from that cone. I must emphasize, again, do not get so locked in onto just the cone itself. Impacts from it can be seen many, many miles outside of that, whether it be the heavy rain, flooding, tornadoes, all of that is going to happen, and especially more likely on the eastern side of that cone. So again, it's not so much the fixate on the center line or the cone, but understand those impacts can be miles away from that area and maybe even 50 to 100 miles away. And so with that, I think the last thing that I'd like to mention is that there's ways to get information from us. Make sure you're getting from reputable sources. A lot of things do fly around on the internet as we move closer to this storm. I think that's a very important thing for people to make sure where they're getting their information. And with that, I'll turn it back to the governor. And again, thank you for having me.
Let's see, do y'all have questions for Ben while he's over? Don't leave, because I'll have some for you to take over. Thank you. Ben, thank you for the briefing, and thank you for being here with us at GOSEP. I do want to reiterate a couple of points that Ben just mentioned. Nobody should look at these cones for these two hurricanes and to say, well, I'm either inside or outside, therefore I will or I won't pay attention or take the necessary precautions. The cone is an estimate of right now where the center of those storms should track. But the fact of the matter is only 66% of the time do storms actually make landfall inside the cone. And the effects are always felt outside the cone. And clearly Laura is further out, and so nobody should be making any definitive decisions like that based on Laura at this time. But everybody needs to continue to pay attention. I do want to remind you of something that I said this morning, and that is that as a result of the weather systems that we're discussing, state offices in South Louisiana are going to be closed on Monday. We also know that many schools and school districts have already announced closures, and we would ask you to watch your local news to find out about the latest closure announcements, whether it's K through 12 or our universities and community and technical colleges. We have conducted Unified Command Group meetings since Friday. We have a statewide emergency declaration in place. All of this underscores how seriously you should take these storms. And I want you to know we're expecting significant impact from wind and potentially spawning some tornadoes as well. But for the most part, we really believe this is going to be a week where water will present the most immediate and serious hazard to the people of Louisiana. And one of the things that's going to make this very difficult to quickly help individuals, whether it's search and rescue or delivering assistance, is what Ben said a while ago. The window of time within which we may be able to operate and maneuver between the two storms may be as little as 12 hours, maybe 12 to 18 hours. And so that's going to make things very difficult from a search and rescue standpoint. It's going to make things very difficult from the standpoint of restoring electricity because those trucks can't operate when the winds get to 35 miles per hour or greater. And so you can anticipate that if your electricity goes out, and I've never known us to have a hurricane without electricity going out for a number of people, that it could be out longer than would be normal. And that's why we're telling people, for all of these reasons, be prepared for you and your family for the first 72 hours. Obviously, we're going to get to you just as quickly as we possibly can. And we always tell you that the first 72 hours are on you. That's part of our plan going into it. But this one, has a greater likelihood than other storms that we've had, where it's going to be that 72 hours before you may receive some assistance. So you should be prepared to shelter in place yourself and your family for at least that long. In order to be prepared to do search and rescue, the State Fire Marshal's Office has deployed staff from Region 7 up in Shreveport and 8 in the Monroe area down towards South Louisiana, comprising 2 urban search and rescue teams with 35 members, 8 watercrafts. Each have been staged in Lafayette and in Tangipahoa Parish. GOSEP Emergency Operations Center is operating 24 hours a day. Crisis Action Team is working with parishes to supply sandbags and other resources as we receive requests for assistance. An update from this morning, 25 parishes have now issued emergency declarations. 12 additional parishes are in the process of completing their emergency declarations, and there may be more to follow. I do want to remind everybody that COVID-19 is prevalent throughout our state, just like it is the rest of the country. It's in every community. We cannot ease up on practicing all of the mitigation measures that we've been talking about for months now. The virus is not concerned that we have hurricanes coming. And so it's not going to take any time off, and neither can we. And it's going to make things a little more difficult, but we have to be mindful of these mitigation measures, and particularly wearing masks, social distancing, proper hygiene with washing your hands, and so forth. So please make sure you do have hand sanitizer, soap and water, and masks so that you can stay safe. We are going to pause COVID testing on Monday and Tuesday in light of the storms. If there are going to be closures beyond that, we will make that announcement later. But we do want you to get tested if you need to. If you have symptoms, or if you've been a close contact to someone who is COVID positive, and we want you to get tested as soon as possible. So pay attention to when that testing is going to be available for you. This is also an important reminder about COVID when you are sheltering in place. You need to protect yourself against COVID-19, and if you have immediate family members who cannot stay in their home for some reason, you take them in. If you're coming from different households, you need to practice the distancing to the maximum extent possible, and the wearing of masks as well. And for those reasons, congregate shelters, I should say, will be a last resort. We do have a growing number of areas that are under mandatory evacuation. I am going to read that list now because I think it's very important. And we do encourage everybody to closely follow the news and heed the warnings that come from your local governmental officials. But implemented mandatory evacuations are as follows: East and West Bank of Plaquemines Parish, Golden Meadow and Lafourche Parish, Grand Isle and Jefferson Parish, also Barataria, Crown Point, Jean Lafitte, and Lower Lafitte, all of those in Jefferson Parish. And then in Lafourche Parish, south of the Leon Terrio floodgate, and south of Zone 1 in Terrebonne Parish. For those who need to evacuate, this is what you have to do now. First of all, stay with family or friends if possible. Make hotel reservations in a safer area if that is preferable to you and available to you. If you can avoid sheltering in place with people outside of your household, you should. If you have to shelter in place with others, again, remember to wear a mask, keep distance, even in your own home. And I know that's very different from anything we've experienced up to now, or that I've had to say up to now, but even in your own home, if you're sheltering with people who are not part of your immediate household, you need to follow these mitigation measures. If you don't have any of these options available to you, or if you need transportation assistance, please contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness. You can find contact information under contacts at getagameplan.org. So if you go to getagameplan.org, it's going to give you all of the information that I just gave you about being prepared for hurricanes, but there's also information about contacts for your local officials. DOTD staff are on alert. They mobilize their high water signs, barricades, and other equipment that may be needed to address issues related to the storms. And Ben mentioned this a while ago, but quite often in storms like this, the thing that causes the most deaths isn't necessarily a direct impact of the wind or so forth. It is the flooding and individuals trying to drive through water when they don't know how deep that water is and whether it's safe to do so. So we are strongly encouraging everyone to not drive through water unless you are 100% sure that it is safe. Do not disregard any high water signs. And remember that there's often a current flowing across the roadway that is imperceptible to you while you're in your car. And it doesn't take much current in order to wash your car off the road. And many times when that happens, you're washed into a ditch or a stream where the water is much, much deeper than it is on the road itself. Also want to tell you about water with the rain that's going to come in and the wind, which will weaken trees from Marco, followed by additional rain and stronger winds with Laura. We can anticipate that there will be a number of trees that get blown over, potentially onto people's homes, but also onto roadways and power lines. So everybody should be aware of that as well. That's going to present a particular hazard, especially, and everyone should treat a down power line as if it is live. DOTD has activated 40 out of 110 school buses and 20 coach buses, and they're positioned half each at Lamar Dixon and Gonzales and in Lafayette near the airport. The National Guard is providing the drivers, and we certainly appreciate all of them for that work. I do want to remind everyone, if you're out and about, or first of all, you shouldn't be out and about unless it's absolutely safe to do that. But if you need to see what roads are closed, either because of construction or because of high water, go to 511la.org, 511la.org, or the 511LA app, and you will see real time what roads are closed or open. I will tell you that we anticipate that our next UCG will be tomorrow morning with a call with the Weather Service. Then in the afternoon, we'll do another UCG meeting. Press conferences, I believe, are scheduled at 11:30 tomorrow and at 6 again. So that'll be the same schedule that we had today. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions, and you can direct your questions to any members of our team, and you can see that we have quite a few team members here today. Sam? Well, look, there are many reasons to believe that we're more ready for Category 3 than we have been at any point in a number of decades, and that's with all the work that is going in to protecting citizens, both their lives and their property. The hurricane risk reduction system around New Orleans, for example, but not just there, Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes and St. Mary. I mean, there have been improvements all along our coast. I never want to say that we know that we're 100% ready, because we never know exactly what Mother Nature is going to throw at us. But I'm actually confident that we are going to do well when it comes to our protection systems, and that they're going to stand up and deliver the protection that they're supposed to. But even with that, there's still going to be tremendous wind and rain. And storm surge outside of those protected areas. And really, if you look at the evacuations that have been ordered, the mandatory evacuations, those are outside of the protected areas. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Well, good.
Well, right now, there's no indication that it's in a weakening mode. The last indications of Marco showed it still had plenty of convection at its center, which is the heart of any tropical system. And everything that was flying into it showed it at hurricane strength. It is a very small storm, though. The wind field does not extend very far. So you are not going to see hurricane force winds much further than maybe 20 or 30 miles away from the center. Unlike what will probably be the case when we're dealing with Laura, where you could see tropical storm force winds extend maybe 100 or 150 miles away from the center. It looks like it's going to be a much larger storm. But to get back to your question directly, there's right now nothing that shows Marco is going to diminish overnight or as it approaches the mouth tomorrow morning. Though it does show as it starts to move to the west tomorrow, there would be some influences because it's interacting now with landmass, and then that would actually start to diminish its strength. But that is even slowly because it is a tropical storm the entire length of the time through Tuesday afternoon as it moves across the southern Louisiana coast.
Okay. I want to thank you all for continuing to cover this, and again, we will see you at 11:30 tomorrow for the next press briefing. And we are encouraging people to do whatever it is that they have to do with the little bit of time they have left to prepare themselves and their families for these storms. Also, want to make sure you understand we don't remind you of Rita and Category 3 storms in an attempt to try to scare anybody. But we want people to take this seriously and to get prepared. That's what we need to do. And in addition to preparing, again, I encourage people to pray for our state and for the people of our state as well. So with that, we will see you all tomorrow.
Well, you heard Governor Edwards telling the folks of Louisiana that regardless of the cones, pay very close attention to these storms. Take them seriously, as you heard them repeat several times. Tropical, what will be Hurricane Laura could be a very strong one, a Category 3 possibly. And he said one of the things that'll complicate things is that you're only going to have about 12 to 18 hours between Marco and Rita. So things like search and rescue efforts and power restoration efforts could be that much more difficult to accomplish, and you could expect some delays.
Yeah, definitely prepare for 72 hours. He said if you are, pretty much in Louisiana and in the southern portion of the state, because that's where we're really keeping a close eye on these two systems because they seem that they're going to be skirting the state. And something that's interesting is he said that he was going to pause COVID testing for 2 days because of the impact of these storms. So Monday and Tuesday, no state-run COVID testing sites.
And if you are going to be sheltering with someone other than your immediate family, he's saying for the first time, or if you're taking somebody into your home, wear your masks within your home. So again, if you are sheltering with people outside of your immediate family now with whom you don't usually live, he's asking you to keep your masks on.
I think this is the first time that for many people, the governor's saying stay home, and a lot of people are already home still because of COVID. So it's just such an unusual and unique situation, but definitely anxiety is high. And so people are watching very closely to see what these storms are going to do. And we, of course, want to do that as well. So let's go over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin, who has the latest on the tracks and the forecast. Chris, we heard the National Weather Service say exactly what you did about these storms just a few minutes later. So there is the real possibility that Laura in particular could become a Category 3 at some point.
Yeah, that looks certainly far more of a possibility than Marco. When forecasting in the tropics, it's kind of the rule of thumb that literally anything can happen. The way things are looking right now. Now, yeah, the models may be varying on the exact placement of where a landfall could be of Marco and Laura for that matter. But just looking at the environment that we're in right now and the fact that Marco is so close to making landfall, or at least nearing land, it doesn't look as though there is really any kind of a window for rapid intensification. And one thing I did hear Ben saying with the National Weather Service is that it didn't look like Marco was weakening. Well, just kind of looking at recent satellite, it certainly looks like a lot of those thunderstorms are collapsing, and we'll get to that in a second. One thing, though, is that we are kind of seeing on the extreme northern periphery of the overall flow associated with Marco, we have had some little isolated showers move through. Not even many heavy downpours, and the good news is, notice all of the rain is moving, and for the most part, they're just these little individual cells, which, again, we can handle. We needed a dry day yesterday. We needed a dry day on Friday because we are expecting more rain as we continue through the overnight and especially during the day tomorrow. And kind of a wider look at the rain on radar, there is definitely that overall pattern associated with Marco, which is down to the south of that, again, anticyclonic flow, counterclockwise flow of rainfall moving in. And at the moment, again, kind of far displaced from the center, some of the heaviest rainfall is actually around the Panama City area and Apalachicola going to be moving inland there. So the heaviest rain is so far not really near the center, but kind of far displaced. And as I'd mentioned, we are starting to also see not only some of the rain, but a little bit of the wind pick up. It has been breezy at times, although on the North Shore, still fairly light wind. So we pick up a little bit of a breeze breeze. If anything, it helped to make it feel a little bit more comfortable. If you were like me outside trying to bring things indoors or just get them out of the yard and get them up against the house, it really was fairly comfortable. High temperatures today stayed in the 80s. This is a high resolution. This is actually no longer visible. I switched over to our infrared satellite that really gives you, this is actually a minute by minute image of Marco. This is actually more real time than radar. Radar images are every 3 to 5 minutes. This is literally a picture of the clouds every single minute. And you see boy, that was a big explosion of thunderstorms around the center. And then as we continue to watch the center of the storm move northward, there isn't a little flare up of some thunderstorms nearby, but it certainly has collapsed a bit, at least in terms of the broad intensity of some of those earlier thunderstorms. No, I'm not saying that those winds have dropped back below 75 miles an hour and it's down to back out to a tropical storm, but certainly the intensity of some of those earlier thunderstorms have waned a bit, which is good news. We would like to see this thing continue to weaken or hopefully get more impacted by that wind shear and dry air on the western side to maybe further disrupt that center of circulation. We like to see those unorganized, weaker systems. A lot of rainfall, not quite the center within radar range, but as I mentioned, a lot of that heavy rainfall now moving toward the coast. And in terms of the intensity of those thunderstorms, you see those brighter cloud types. What this does is when we colorize the satellite, I kind of take for granted that folks just always understand what I'm talking about with this. When we colorize the satellite, we're actually looking at the temperatures of the clouds, and those bright whites are higher in the atmosphere, so they're colder cloud tops. And that's what you see. Those big, bright white clouds from the earlier imagery were huge, expansive thunderstorms. Then they collapsed, so those tops warmed as they collapsed. Now we're starting to see a few little areas kind of picking up once again, but not nearly as intense as those earlier thunderstorms were around the center of the storm. Forecast again, we're not going to see that change until the 10 o'clock advisory. We will get new information here at 7 o'clock. I don't think we're going to see anything dramatic with that update. And again, the track is not going to be adjusted until 10 o'clock. And maybe as we're waiting for new computer model data to come in, I don't expect that the Hurricane Center would probably adjust this too much. Now, again, landfall is not looking around southeast Louisiana as much as perhaps kind of scooting along the coastline. And again, keeping it off the Louisiana coastline is certainly within the realm of possibilities as that falls within our margin of error. Again, a little bit of explanation on the cone of uncertainty. The cone changes as the forecast of the center changes. The cone is just the kind of plus or minus on where that center could be. So I like showing the center line. Not that you want to necessarily focus on it, because it does give you a better idea of whether or not the Hurricane Center is thinking one way or the other. As we start to see perhaps that more westward trend, you start to see that center line move. And sometimes it may be not quite as apparent with just the cone. That's why I like showing the center line. But again, it could be anywhere from already well inland and north of Morgan City by 1 a.m. on Tuesday, or still out over the Gulf water. So some of the models kind of keeping it offshore, very much a possibility, and that is built into the forecast uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center. And if it does just kind of scoot along the coast, it may move inland, perhaps around Texas, which again is what some of the computer models have been indicating. As we had also mentioned earlier, the wind field associated with Marco is not very large at all. Maximum sustained winds right now are 75 miles an hour. We've had wind gusts of 90. Two buoys very close to the center of the storm have been picking up winds of 18 miles an hour, gusting up to 31. So even a buoy maybe about 100 or so miles away from the center of the storm, winds are a little bit more than just a breeze outside. So again, strongest winds at the moment are right at the center, which means it is a little bit more important in terms of the wind impacts if you're near the center. Rainfall impacts, we're going to get a good soaking of rain because we're on the wet side of not only Marco, but of Laura as well. And again, there's still that big, gigantic question mark on Laura. So a lot of what we've been forecasting in terms of storm surge, rainfall totals is really just looking at Marco. And then after we're done with Marco, we can focus a lot of our computer model resources on what Laura may bring us as well. Laura, as we had mentioned, is also a much larger storm. Usually you don't see these things rapidly weaken or strengthen. So they usually are a little bit slower to do anything. And certainly, at least in terms of thunderstorm development, is far more impressive. However, notice all of the thunderstorms associated are down from the center south. They're not really condensing around the center of circulation, so it is still rather unorganized and kind of a broad system. You do see a decent outflow. In other words, it has room to grow in the atmosphere. It just is kind of being hindered by the fact that it's so close to land. And we had, remember earlier, said that it would maybe move over the entire island of Cuba. Well, it doesn't look like maybe that is the case, as it'll probably stay right near the shoreline or just offshore of Cuba. Now again, it's going to have a real tough time developing any thunderstorms on the northern side or eastern side, depending on how it's positioned, because that's going to be over land. So we'll probably kind of through the night tonight and going into well into the day Monday, most of the thunderstorms on the southern or perhaps just to the southeastern side of the storm. Again, probably not going to see a whole lot of development on land from those thunderstorms. And then the big question mark is what kind of structure, what is the status of Laura once it emerges off of the tip of Cuba and gets into the Florida Straits? Is it an unorganized, very weak, very broad system? It's going to take it a whole lot longer to reorganize itself. Or is it a more solidly developed tropical storm? That's going to be the big question mark, and really that's not going to be known until we get into Tuesday, and it starts to emerge into the Gulf of Mexico. Once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, we should start to have a lot of those questions answered. Maybe not. Marco is still in the Gulf, and we still have a lot of questions with that one. Again, it does look like it's going to stay off of our coast and then eventually move inland. Somewhere around it's got the Lake Charles area, but certainly from the Corpus Christi area, Houston, all the way to about Morgan City. So as we get into the latter part of the forecast, there is still a great deal of uncertainty. I'm not even showing the computer model, the spaghetti plots, because they're literally all over the place. We have started to see a little bit of a trend, but they're still just very, very unsure. And as we've been mentioning, usually at this point, when we're already 48 plus hours or less of landfall, you normally have far more of a model consensus, and that just has not been the case from either of these storms. We've seen some wild shifts in the forecast. So here's what's going on right now. We're starting to see a lot of those tall thunderstorms really collapse associated with Marco because of this dry air and wind shear, which looks like is going to remain in place for the life of Marco. So that's why I don't see this really exploding in strength. There's not really that issue with Laura at the moment. What's kind of keeping Laura as a somewhat weaker storm is the land interaction being driven right now by this upper high. You can kind of see the spin right there. Then we've got the upper trough across the Gulf of Mexico. Not quite as dry of an air mass as there was, but certainly some very dry air still on the back side of this trough, and perhaps some of that is able to rotate around and get into the Gulf and help to keep Marco as a very weak storm. So here's kind of the upper steering right now. This is the trough. It's not quite as strong of a well-developed trough, but it's kind of that weakness between the two highs, one of which is over kind of the Four Corners region, the desert Southwest, and then the Bermuda high off the coast of Florida. It looks like this high is going to start building further into the Gulf, which is the reason why we've seen a lot of the models kind of pushing both of the storms a bit more to the west. Again, this high builds in, it keeps pushing Marco inland, and then Laura more toward Texas or the Louisiana state line. And then once it gets inland, it kind of rotates around the upper high and in between this weak little low and gets kicked up toward the northeast and up toward the Ohio River Valley. That's the way the computer models have been trending. We'll see if that trend continues on into tomorrow. Here's the wind shear forecast. And again, as we look at Marco continuing up toward the Louisiana coast, we still have some fairly decent wind shear, which should help to keep that as a fairly weaker storm. That's still maybe a hurricane, but not nearly as organized as Laura could be, because once it gets into the Gulf, not really going to have that wind shear any longer. And it's kind of a better prime atmosphere for further development, which is why it is very, very possible that we could see this become a major hurricane south of the Louisiana coast and perhaps moving inland as a major hurricane. Now, the good news is, as it approaches the coast, it does look like we will see that wind shear picking up again, so it should start to help weaken it, but maybe not right before landfall. We can hope that that may be the case, but At the moment, it looks like that wind shear may be a little too late to really weaken it before landfall. But as I mentioned, in the Gulf of Mexico, it does look like Laura has plenty of room to grow. There's not going to be anything really impeding it in the upper atmosphere, and the water is certainly warm enough for further development. Here's the GFS forecast, and again, there's Marco moving up toward the Louisiana coastline and then kind of weakening as it generally kind of just hugs the coast. And then here comes Laura right behind it. GFS is thinking more toward the Texas area. Well, what does the Euro say? And again, I hate even showing you the computer models because they do indeed keep changing. And we have really not, this is just amazing, had any consistency model run to model run. I guess let me just say it's 2020. There's Marco as it comes toward the Louisiana coast. It too kind of hugging the coast and weakening as it generally moves toward Texas. Now the Euro takes Laura more so into the southeast Louisiana coastline by early on Wednesday morning. Again, that's not necessarily a horrible thing to happen. As it does move right inland over Louisiana, it would have a shorter period of time over the Gulf waters and probably a less likely chance of just exploding in strength. So again, if we were to have to deal with a direct landfall from Laura early on Wednesday morning, that really isn't the end of the world because it would not have the time to just rapidly intensify. The longer it stays out of the Gulf waters moving toward Texas or the Texas-Louisiana state line, the higher the percent chance of seeing that become a major hurricane. So even if we have to deal with Laura making landfall now, which again is just one model run of the European model, it would not be detrimental to us. We could certainly handle that. Flash flood watch. Either way, we are not avoiding the rainfall, and we're expecting quite a bit of it as we go through Monday. Again, we're looking at the rainfall totals from Marco of around 3 to 6. We can add a little bit of that. This is the forecast for the next 7 days, and a little bit more or so in some spots. I hate to pinpoint exact numbers because it's definitely not going to be that. So we're just kind of giving a broad brush idea of what some of those totals could be. And again, as far as adding the totals up from Marco and Laura, it all depends on exactly where Laura tracks. If it stays far enough down to our south, then perhaps we don't have to add nearly as much additional rain to those numbers. Winds are going to be increasing throughout the day, more so tomorrow, likely peaking by the evening at 20 to 30 miles an hour inland, some higher gusts maybe approaching 50 miles an hour. And then the issue with Laura is going to be after the rains we see from Marco, the ground is going to be completely saturated. When the ground is saturated, it doesn't take nearly as strong of a wind to start uprooting trees. So whatever the winds do from Laura, we may see a little bit more tree damage after that, which does sometimes lead to more power outages. Storm surge watches and warnings are up across all of our coastline and the inland lakes, as we are going to see that water being piled up from Marco, and with Laura taking a rather similar path once it gets toward the Louisiana coast, the water is not going to have enough of a recovery time to start draining back out into the Gulf waters before Laura piles up more water. Again, we're not going to really know any of those total numbers. Storm surge models aren't going to be run until we're done with Marco, so it's going to be very much a wait and see. And because the path of Marco keeping us on the eastern side and eventually northeastern side, it does put us at a lower end, a slight risk for some weak, brief tornadoes as we get into the day on Monday. We should see that risk quickly kind of wind down as the storm moves inland. So here are the impacts that we're expecting. 3 to 6 plus inches of rainfall. That's going to be kind of over a widespread area. Some spots may see higher amounts, especially if we have the banding of rain. High winds, sometimes gusts maybe up to 70 miles an hour. Computer model not saying quite that high, and it may be that the wind field remains very, very small, so it would be just the coastal areas that could see winds gusting up about that. 2 to 6 foot, again, kind of the 2 to 4 in the lake waters, a little bit more than that along the coastal areas. Few tornadoes are possible. It usually isn't a huge issue with these storms, but certainly we may see a few brief spin up. And again, what we will definitely know, one thing I can say for certain, is that the forecast will continue to change. Tomorrow up to landfall, if there even is a landfall in Louisiana, it may stay up toward Texas, and then we're going to be watching for what Laura could do.
Okay, Chris, I think that's for sure. We've seen this path change so often with these storms that it is certainly something to watch as we get closer and closer to them having an impact here in southeast Louisiana. One of the areas of concern is, of course, what Chris just mentioned about the storm surge and the possibility that we could see anywhere from 3 to 5 feet for Marco in some of our coastal areas. And then he says after that, the water may not have time to drain before it gets stacked back up in some of our rivers and areas like that once Laura decides where it's going to go and if Laura comes through. So one of the areas that watches for that especially is Plaquemines Parish. And that is where we have Mike McDaniel. He's been there throughout the day talking with parish leaders about what the preparations are. Lots going on in Plaquemines this afternoon. Right, Mike?
Yeah, and what you just mentioned is the major concern for parish leaders here in Plaquemines Parish. The sun is going down right now, and it is a very nice evening out here at the multi-purpose building behind the Parish Government Center, because this is now their storm shelter, and it's been very active here in the last few hours ever since we've been here. To get an update on what's going on across the parish as well as what's going on inside the storm shelter, we have the parish president, Kurt Lepine. Appreciate you being with us. Give us a rundown of the storm shelter first.
Right now we have about 50 residents who have occupied our shelter. There is a process that you come in, you'll get your temperature checked, we'll register you, and then there's a screening from the Louisiana Department of Health and our health department too. We are using our COVID restrictions, and so we are putting the beds 8 feet apart. You will have to wear a mask at your length of your stay here, and we requiring social distance. So far, it's working out.
You know, you think about the nice weather that we have out here. Do you think it gives a false sense of security to folks who may not have, listened to the mandatory evacuations? And do you expect more folks to show up here at this shelter?
I think so. I think the feeder bands will come through, the wind will pick up, and I think the people will come out. And I think it scares the people a little bit. You're right. It's a perfect day right now. There's no wind blowing. It's not even raining. So the people are maybe a little complacent right now.
So tell us a little bit about the resources across the parish, how you've staged them to make sure that, the proper things are done once these storms push through.
Well, we have staged equipment throughout the parish on our east and west bank, our levees, some of our vulnerable areas that are prone to flooding. So we're ready. We got our equipment in place and we got our manpower ready to go.
So you've got the mandatory evacuation in place for the East Bank and parts of the West Bank from Alliance down to Venice. For those who are not heeding these warnings, or those who are just afraid because of maybe COVID exposure, what's your message there?
Our message is some people are still scared or apprehensive to get out their house, and rightfully so. And look, if you're there and you're home, stay there and stay hunkered down. But be prepared that you may be there for a couple of days. Make sure you have enough food, enough medicine, and we'll get to you as soon as we can. But we ask that you can evacuate at this time when it's good weather. When it gets down to the stronger weather, we don't encourage you to get out. It will be too late. But I've talked to the councilman on the East Bank, and he's assured me that about 75% of the people have gotten out. So we're glad that people are heeding to our warning.
So when you look around at the shelter, we see the Salvation Army is here to help. How important are partnerships like this with you guys to make sure people in this parish are taken care of?
Oh, it's absolutely, and we appreciate what they've done. They brought dinners tonight for our residents in the shelter, and we thank them. And we want to partner with anybody who's willing to help. But we have some resilient people in Plaquemines Parish, and our residents are been through a lot. We've been through hurricanes before. They know the drill. And so we've been through oil spills. We've been through about almost anything that you can throw at us. And they continue to fight on. So, we're going to keep fighting on.
We've been through hurricanes, but 2 storms at once. We're talking about storm surge and water in this parish, a major concern for you. How concerning is it, and how do you guys fight back, I guess?
Well, that is a concern that is making us, worried that, the first storm will probably push water in. The second storm will probably hold the water in by pushing the wind in, and that's troublesome. That's usually a storm will come, will pass, the water will recede, and we can move on. The problem is we don't have that much time. 3 days later, we're looking at another storm. And as the models show, it looks like it's going more west, which could help us in turn, but we're prepared for anything.
All right, Kirk Lapine, I'll let you get on about your day. Parish President, thank you so much for your time. And of course, the parish has been preparing for this since Friday, even sending out robocalls to folks to make sure that they are prepared and get those plans in place and be ready, because now is the time to act. Katie?
Certainly is. Thank you so much, Mike.
And it is now 6:51. We are awaiting the 7 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, we are awaiting that National Hurricane Center update. In the meantime, Chris, we're joined by you, and I think it was you who posted earlier a picture of a really dramatic water spout earlier in Galliano. And I'm just wondering, what are the chances? And I know there's a difference between a tornado and a water spout, but talk about the tornadic possibilities with these storms.
Just the broad overall circulation of a hurricane or tropical storm, a tropical depression, just that rotation kind of lends itself to see these brief little spin ups. And so weak water spouts, weak tornadoes are always very likely in usually the northeastern quadrant of a hurricane. And that is actually going to be exactly where we find southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Tomorrow, as Marco begins to make its path, kind of again, either hugging our coast or moving inland somewhere across South Louisiana, will place us on that end, or the quadrant, that section of the storm, that does lend itself to seeing sometimes little weak tornadoes. So we do have a slight risk of tornadoes during the day tomorrow as the storm is beginning to approach and move inland, and we'll just have to wait and see how many of those we develop. Usually we don't see many. They're usually not very strong. We're not talking about powerful tornadoes. They usually get kicked up very, very quickly. They don't last for very long, and they tend to be the weak EF0, EF1 tornadoes, but that'll be a risk that we have to deal with tomorrow, on top of the rain, on top of the wind, although wind doesn't really appear to be a widespread issue. It looks like most of the winds are going to stay, at least strongest, right near the center of the storm. Now, unless this gets disrupted where you do have them kind of displaced well off to the east, they'll be found right around the center. So that 75-mile-an-hour wind we have at the moment from Marco, that's only at the center. I was showing you earlier the graphic with the two buoys, basically about 100 miles on either side of the center of Marco, and neither were showing winds of over 20 miles an hour. They were gusting up to about 30 miles an hour. We get that just about any summertime afternoon in the Gulf waters from a passing storm or a thunderstorm. And so the winds are very, very tightly found right near the center of the storm. And as we mentioned, we're kind of waiting. We did get new information on Laura. No real change. Winds are still at 60 miles an hour. Wasn't expecting anything earth-shattering. The center of the storm is actually now along the southern tip or southern end of Cuba, so no big changes there. Just waiting to see if Marco comes in and within the next few minutes. Usually the Hurricane Center will issue these updates within a couple of minutes or so at the top of the hour. Again, no major changes are anticipated. And if you're looking for a new forecast track, that doesn't come out until the 10 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So we get new information at 7 and then new information as well as a new forecast track at 10 o'clock. So we're just kind of patiently waiting here for Marco information.
So Laura is in, but Marco is not.
Marco is not.
And yet we're seeing some thunderstorms and things. We're already seeing some impacts from Marco.
Yeah, kind of
which is crazy that we don't know where it's going to go exactly yet.
It really is. This has really been one for the ages. Not only are we dealing with two tropical systems moving into the Gulf, possibly making landfall around the same spot within about 2 days of each other. It just is incredible to see. Okay, I think I just heard the information come in from Marco. Yeah, nothing's changed. Winds are still at 75 miles an hour, which are 45. 75 miles an hour, so no changes there. Didn't expect to see anything dramatic. Again, what we were looking at on satellite is that a lot of the big thunderstorms that were associated with Marco earlier in the day have all but collapsed. We're starting to see more fire up near the center, but the storm itself, in terms of the strongest winds, it is a very, very small, compact storm. Yeah, some of the rain that we have started to see along the Gulf Coast is broadly associated with the rotation around Marco. The strongest storms, the strongest winds are right at the center of the storm, whereas Laura, we actually see a lot of the activity well down to the south of the storm. And as I mentioned, we're probably not going to see a whole lot of development from Laura only because of the proximity to the island of Cuba. Even if the storm doesn't move directly over Cuba, we're going to see that circulation, that thunderstorm development kind of disrupted through the day tomorrow.
Earlier, Chris, we were listening to Ben Schott of the National Weather Service, and this was earlier in the day, not just like an hour ago. And he talked about the possibility for overlapping bands from Marco and Laura. Is that still a possibility? That just seems extraordinary.
It is. We could actually, at a point during the day on Tuesday going into early Wednesday, that at some point, once Marco has kind of pushed off to our west and is moving into Texas, some of the broad overall kind of moisture that is still feeding into the center of the storm, which will also drag with it some rainfall. We may actually see some of that rainfall kind of moving over southeast Louisiana, where at the same time perhaps the rotation around Laura is already beginning to send some rainfall our way. So there may be a time that we're getting showers from both Marco and Laura at exactly the same time. You won't be able to tell the difference. Rain looks like rain. So we're almost kind of looking at the novelty of two storms in the Gulf of Mexico at the same time. And I know Alex was even talking about the fact that it looks like that window of opportunity of having two hurricanes in the Gulf at the exact same time is not looking very likely, because it does appear as though Marco actually looks like it'll probably be weakening before landfall, but it does look like Marco may be moving inland before Laura actually gets into the actual Gulf of Mexico. So again, there's still that brief little window of perhaps having either two named storms in the Gulf of Mexico at the same time, maybe two hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico at the same time, but really just having two storms coming at the same general area of the coastline is in and of itself kind of historic in nature, and something that we are still very uncertain about, because the models have just not had a good grasp of either of these storms. They really have not had a good grasp of the steering currents of either of these storms. So it's just been a very, very frustrating very frustrating situation. So again, for those of you just joining us, we did get the new information in as of 7 o'clock, and no big surprises. As I mentioned, we don't get new tracks. A new forecast doesn't come out from the Hurricane Center until 10 o'clock, but we do have new information. And it's nothing earth-shattering. Winds are still at 75 miles an hour, gusting up to about 90 miles an hour. The forward motion north-northwest at about 13. We'd like to see that speed up a little bit just to get it in and out of here, although it does look like as it moves toward the Louisiana coastline, it is going to slow down as it starts to make a bit more of a turn, generally toward Texas. And that's still a big question mark as to whether or not it actually moves inland before making any kind of a turn. And again, we're likely to see that turn. Everybody kind of questions, well, what's going to make it turn? Big ridge of high pressure off to our east is going to be building into the Gulf, which should push both of those storms away from us. Not to say we won't see any impacts. We're already seeing some of the impacts from Marco, and we certainly are going to see some rainfall from Laura. The question is, how much of the impacts do we actually experience? Thunderstorms are trying to get going once again around the center, though not as impressive as the earlier thunderstorms were. Again, forecasted track has not changed all that much. We'll continue to see the storm moving toward the Louisiana coast. Wind shear should then begin to weaken the storm as it approaches the coastline. And again, whether or not it makes landfall, we're still on the wet side of it. So even at this path, we're still getting the onshore flow. We're still getting that bit of a storm surge coming in. We're still getting the rainfall. And at this pattern, or at this trajectory, we are going to be placed under the risk of maybe some strong to severe storms that could spawn some weak tornadoes. It continues generally toward Texas, where it'll eventually weaken. Tropical storm Laura, which looks far more impressive. It's a much larger storm, but all of the convection thunderstorms are down to the south of it. They're not really getting going around the center, because now at 7 o'clock, the center of the storm is just about on land. It is over Cuba. Now it's going to be a question of, does it continue over Cuba, or do we possibly see, and I think this is kind of what we saw when it was over the Dominican Republic. You almost start to see there's that surface circulation. All the thunderstorms are down to the south. If that center stays over Cuba, it's possible that the friction kind of disrupts that circulation, and we see a new circulation form over the Caribbean waters where most of the thunderstorm development is. So it is very possible that perhaps this center stays over land, but maybe a new center tries to form within all of the thunderstorms. If the center stays moving over land, we're not going to see much in the way of any further organization or development of storms around the center. Anything would stay well offshore. Again, staying offshore isn't necessarily a bad thing, because that would place the track and the most of the model consensus a little bit more to our west. Again, there is still very much the possibility by Tuesday going into Wednesday, we may see a major hurricane off the Louisiana coast, but hopefully pushing away from us.
All right, that would be great if we see anything pushed away from us at this point.
Right, don't wish it on anyone else, but we don't need it, that's for sure. All right, thanks very much, Chris. And we're going to have a special edition of Eyewitness News tonight at 10. It will be an hour-long edition.
Sharice and I will join you then with the latest on these two storms, Laura and Marco. Until then, have a great night.
Yeah, and believe me, I've done that before. You say, like, well, what I saw 2 hours ago, this is what I said. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, this is awkward.
Live from WWL-TV, this is the Eyewitness News at 10.
Well, drone footage showed the trail of destruction left behind by Tropical Storm Laura in the Dominican Republic today, with residents left helpless after rushing water swept through homes. At least 3 people have been killed as a result of the tropical storm, including a mother and her 7-year-old son, after a wall reportedly collapsed on their home. Well, now the storm heads into the Gulf. Good evening, everyone. I'm Cherise Gibson.
And I'm Katie Moore. We're bringing you a special hour, an hour-long edition of the Eyewitness News at 10 as we continue to monitor those 2 named storms heading our direction.
Let's begin with the latest tracks from your local weather experts, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin. What are we watching, Chris?
All right, well, we did get the new information as of 10 o'clock. And do you want the good news or the other part of the news first? Maybe we'll start with the good news. Marco is back down to a tropical storm, so no longer a hurricane in the Gulf. It is now a tropical storm. Laura has strengthened a bit. We'll show you the forecast track coming up in just a moment. But let's start with Marco, because that is the immediate concern, as it is not too far, only 185 miles off the mouth of the river. One thing we were showing you in our earlier newscast was it certainly looked as though the thunderstorm development around the center of the storm was beginning to weaken. And it looks like that weakening, because of the dry air and wind shear, has certainly taken a bit more of a toll on the storm. And it has come down back to a tropical storm with winds now of 70 miles an hour. Now, again, that's not a dramatic change, but I think for a lot of folks, just mental state, that does at least give you a little bit of a sense of relief as we are no longer under a hurricane. Likely, it's now down to a tropical storm, so not likely that we will see this making landfall anywhere along the Louisiana coast as a hurricane. We're starting to see some of the rainfall kind of moving up toward and through the coast and even inland, kind of associated with the broad circulation, but main rainfall associated is still down near the center, and there are certainly still some storms that are developing near the center. I don't want you to think it is just kind of completely dissipated, but it certainly has weakened from where we had been. And if you remember, the thunderstorm development that was south of this current position as it was moving northward was far more impressive than it is now. So it does look as though that dry air and wind shear have helped to weaken it. The forecast track has not really changed all that much. Not exactly certain if we're going to see, quote unquote, a landfall along the Louisiana coastline, because it will be eventually turning more toward the west and really just paralleling the coast as it continues generally in the direction of the Louisiana-Texas line moving inland there. So certainly some good news. We are still going to see some gusty winds, although look at the wind field. We were talking about the fact that it is so small. The strongest winds are very near the center of the storm. So these are the winds in tropical storm force, and then stronger than that, not quite up to hurricane force. So these are the winds of 39 to 58 miles an hour in yellow. The orange is 59 to 73 miles an hour. Notice you no longer see any red because we do not have hurricane force winds. As the storm nears the coast, we are probably not going to see those 40 to 60 mile an hour winds in the city. It looks like that is generally going to stay south of the city and down along the coastline. Areas down toward the coast and on the west bank, kind of toward, say, Crown Point and down south, we'll probably see those tropical storm force conditions. North Shore and the city will not. It does not look like that is definitely, or that is not likely going to be an issue. So what are the winds going to do as we get into the day tomorrow? Generally around the city, 25 to maybe 35 miles an hour sustained, with some higher gusts at times as the storm is generally moving along the coastline. Again, not really certain if it's going to make a landfall in Louisiana. And then the winds will begin to abate as we get into the latter part of the day, Monday, more so into Tuesday. And then as we get into Tuesday night, notice the winds start picking up once again as Laura begins a track staying down to our south. There was a little bit of a shift in the track from Laura. Tropical storm Laura has strengthened a bit. Winds are of 65 miles an hour. Thunderstorm development has been very, very healthy, but all in the southern side of the storm, or the southern half of the storm. Center of circulation is right along the Cuban coast, with all of the thunderstorm development off in the Caribbean waters. It would not surprise me if, as we continue to see this move generally toward the west-northwest at a very good clip, 21 miles an hour, that perhaps we see that center of circulation try and get going in most of the thunderstorm. It just kind of lends itself to, if there's friction along the land, then it's going to redevelop, and that's very possible. So if that happens, then the storm would maybe take a path south of the coastline. You may start to see some strengthening, and certainly if all those thunderstorms are off the coast, we will start to see some strengthening, which is why the winds are in excess of 65 to then 70 miles an hour, passing across Cuba. Now the forecasted track has shifted a little bit closer to us. If you remember, and this is why I like showing the center line. It had been more over Lake Charles. I really thought the Hurricane Center was not going to move it at all, just looking at the more recent computer model runs. Now, in their forecast, they say the timing of when it begins a turn toward the north and northwest is going to be key in where it makes landfall. And they are still very much uncertain of when that turn is going to occur. So it just does beg the question, why did they shift the forecast at all? So yes, it may have shifted a little bit back toward us, but I really take that with a grain of salt. Basically, they should have just kept it where it was and not moved it at all. There is no reason why they moved it, because right now the steering currents are kind of everything is in place as the way it should be. The upper high is north of Laura and pushing it across Cuba. We have the upper trough and that dry air wind shear that has really helped to weaken Marco, thankfully. And it looks like as long as this pattern stays in place for Marco, we're not going to see this re-intensify. This should be a fairly weak storm as it moves generally along the coast of Louisiana. And then as far as the steering goes, it doesn't look like that really is going to change. The upper high is going to be building in across the western Gulf. That's going to start pushing Marco toward Texas. And then as we get into early next week, the upper high really starts building more so into the Gulf and should continue to push Laura away from us. Maybe it starts to move along the outer periphery of the high, and that's why it makes a little bit more of a turn into Louisiana. That is still very much a huge question mark in our forecast, and we will know far more once Laura gets into the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have a more detailed check of the forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. We look forward to that in just a little bit. Mandatory evacuations are in place for parts of Jefferson Parish tonight, including Grand Isle, Jean Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, and Barataria. In Plaquemines Parish, the entire East Bank and West Bank from the Alliance Refinery to Venice is under a mandatory evacuation. And in Lafourche Parish, south of the Lee, Ontario floodgates, that area also under a mandatory evacuation tonight. And in Grand Isle, a curfew is also in place tonight for anyone choosing to stay during the storm. As Tan Trung reports, people living along coastal Louisiana are really uneasy about the next few days.
This part of Grand Isle Beach is in Donna and Ronald Price's backyard. And knowing how vulnerable the island is to storm surge and floods, they'll evacuate after picking up some last-minute items.
It makes me nervous because the levee is jeopardized right now, and I'm afraid that with the storm coming through, it's going to push the sand away from the levee, and the burrito that's inside is going to be destroyed.
On the road and on the water, many people are seeking higher ground. Boats are moving north of the Lee, Ontario lock, and there's heavy traffic leaving Grand Isle. For years, Mayor David Carmidel has been warning about coastal erosion. The state placed these giant sandbags to fight potential flooding in this latest round of storms. Carmidel is unsure what back-to-back systems could do to an already fragile coastline.
Picture that first one coming in pushing a surge of water against us, like a wall. This is Grand Isle. And in the meantime, you'll see the second one coming in, so it doesn't give it a chance to go back out.
There's some uncertainty in Lafourche Parish. So what are you expecting with this storm?
The unexpected. The unexpected. We're not sure what it's going to bring. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Jessica Turner's family filled up 25 sandbags as a precaution. She says considering what 2020 has brought so far, she's hoping people won't be tested by a weather crisis.
I'm really trying to stay calm about it, and just for the kids, because they're not used to the virus, the whole stress of that, and just
storms.
Yeah, storms. Let's add one more thing.
Anyone choosing to stay in Grand Isle tonight will be under a curfew. The mayor says depending on the impact of Marco, that beach line that we saw earlier could look dramatically different in the coming days. Reporting in Grand Isle, Tan Trung, Eyewitness News.
Crews in St. Bernard Parish began closing floodgates early this morning, and they expect to have 57 floodgates closed by midnight. Erica Ferrando joining us live from Highway 46 with how the parish is getting ready for Marco and Laura.
Well, people have been driving through this floodgate all day, moving some of their belongings inside the levee system. Now, as of now, crews don't anticipate having to close this floodgate here on Highway 46, but they have been closing floodgates since early this morning, and those that they have closed will remain closed through both Marco and Laura.
Obviously, since Katrina, everybody is a little bit more sensitive to any kind of storm coming this way.
About 16,000 sandbags were filled this weekend in St. Bernard Parish, preparing for both Marco and Laura.
You know, just in case.
We're hoping that we're doing it for no reason.
Several of the 10 sandbag locations cleared out by Sunday afternoon.
Because you have to be prepared for a longer amount of time.
As some people filled up their tanks, others moved their boats and campers from outside the levee system. They're now lined up along Highway 46.
Already, these boats and campers are stacked up all the way to Sylvia Estates. I've never seen that before. And obviously by now, It's past that.
Our fishermen and our residents down on the eastern end know that they have to react a little bit earlier than normal and maybe bring in more equipment, more supplies, take more precautions than they have in the past.
Crews spent the weekend cleaning drains and checking pump stations, all of which are operational. 6 large portable pumps were also brought into the parish.
What we worry about with these storms is the piling up of storm surge.
Crews are closing 57 floodgates in St. Bernard Parish. They'll remain closed through both storms.
After Marco, when we have that gap, that lull between the storms, we'll be checking the entire system.
Parish leaders expect and hope for a gap between Marco and Laura that will give water time to recede.
It should diminish rapidly after making landfall, which will give the water a chance to back out a little bit.
But the gap likely won't allow for much of a break, so the parish and residents are prepared for both storms.
You hope for the best, you pray for the best, and hopefully we don't have to deal with any of that like Katrina.
The Emergency Operations Center will be activated at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning here in St. Bernard Parish. And if you haven't gotten sandbags yet, you can still get those last minute until it's determined it's no longer safe tomorrow evening. In St. Bernard Parish, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Erica. And over in Plaquemines Parish, they are concerned as well about that storm surge. Sandbags also in play throughout the day. And our Mike McDaniel has been there covering it for us. He's joining us tonight with the very latest. Mike.
Hey there, Katie. Yeah, a lot of concern that you heard there in St. Bernard Parish. Good evening from the Plaquemines Parish multi-purpose building, which tonight is a shelter where about 50 folks are inside taking shelter in anticipation of these 2 storms. There is a mandatory evacuation order in place right now tonight for the entire east bank of this parish, as well as some parts in the west bank as well. And with a double punch coming from these storms, parish leaders are warning folks to get prepared. For folks like Brad Hedrick, getting ready for 2 storms in Plaquemines Parish means dirt, bags, and shovels.
Yeah, it's a little concerning.
Hedrick has lived on the west bank of Plaquemines Parish for 13 years and never had a problem with flooding, but he's not taking chances.
There was a rain last week. It was probably the heaviest of the season, and it brought more water than we've ever had, so it kind of scared us a little bit. So we thought, hey, we better get some bags just in case.
Parish President Kirk Lapine says a big concern with 2 storms is the water.
If we had a one-time storm and we would get a chance to let the water recede, the other one is right down the pipe, and so that makes us a little nervous.
Back at the dirt pile. Pretty new to the area, so this is all pretty new to us. Getting ready for your first hurricane after moving to Louisiana from the West Coast can also make you a little nervous. Having been in the Coast Guard, you think of Katrina, so you want to make sure you're prepared. In preparing, a storm shelter is open for folks who followed mandatory evacuation orders, complete with temperature checks, screenings, and a mask policy. Lapine says he's worried some folks may not evacuate because of coronavirus concerns. For those folks and anyone else, Lapine says get ready.
We're asking you to leave, but if you stay home, hunker down and be prepared that you may be there for a little while.
That means at least 3 days of supplies. For folks who've called Plaquemines Parish home their entire lives, the next few days will be interesting to say the least.
It's once in a lifetime, you know? Once in a lifetime, this 2 storms at once.
And as of this evening, the parish president says about 75% of the East Bank has now been evacuated. There's also a curfew in place here in Plaquemines Parish for those areas under that mandatory evacuation. That curfew is from sunset to sunrise. Live in Plaquemines Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Mike, thanks so much. Well, earlier this evening, Governor John Bel Edwards discussed the state's preparedness plan as well. Let's take a listen.
I'm actually confident that we are going to do well when it comes to our protection systems and that they're going to stand up and deliver the protection that they're supposed to. The window of time within which we may be able to operate and maneuver between the 2 storms may be as little as 12 hours, maybe 12 to 18 hours. And so that's going to make things very difficult from a search and rescue standpoint. It's going to make things very difficult from the standpoint of restoring electricity. Because those trucks can't operate when the winds get to 35 miles per hour or greater. And so you can anticipate that if your electricity goes out, and I've never known us to have a hurricane without electricity going out for a number of people, that it could be out longer than would be normal.
Most government buildings, courts, and schools are closed tomorrow. Many will be closed on Tuesday as well. And with that information constantly changing and updating, you're going to want to check our website for the latest. We have pages dedicated to school closures, evacuation orders, sandbag locations, and much more. Just log on to WWLTV.com for the very latest.
Well, coming up after the break, we continue to keep an eye on the tropics
as those two storms course into the Gulf. More from your local weather experts after the break. As with any storm that threatens New Orleans, attention turns to the Sewerage and Water Board. And earlier we spoke with Mayor LaToya Cantrell about what we should expect.
My biggest concern right now is, of course, the rain. You know, preparing and bracing ourselves for the rain. You know, of course, you know, our agencies that are responsible in terms of our system, in terms of draining the city, are full, you know, operations. 99 of our pumps are working, which we haven't seen that in over a decade. You know, we did lose a turbine exploded in December. That always gives me pause, but we do have our frequency changers in place. Those are our generators that will provide the redundancy of power that's needed to keep those pumps operational. It's the rate of rain that is always a threat to our city, particularly with that turbine being down. That's why we have the EMDs in place. Listen, I know that the residents feel that they're loud. They are loud, but they're necessary should they be activated. And so we're prepared, and that's what I will say. You know, we have a fragile system. We have not maintained our system for decades, and we're seeing more investment in our infrastructure again than we've seen in decades. So work in progress, but while the work is happening, we've doubled down on our efforts to keep our city safe, keep our people safe, and city dry as best as we can.
And neutral ground parking restrictions have been lifted. We've seen quite a few cars out there already parked, but remember, you can't block any sidewalks or streetcar tracks.
And good evening with a look at Marco and Laura tonight. Actually, in New Orleans, it's not too bad. We've kind of been checking around with cloudy skies, some passing small showers and sprinkles, but we do have the two storms that we're watching. Laura, which has strengthened a little bit, as Chris showed you earlier in the newscast, and Marco, which has weakened a little bit back to a tropical storm. So here is Tropical Storm Marco, and we've been kind of pointing out that it did look like it was weakening this evening, and indeed it did, and it now has winds of 70 miles per hour. Earlier this afternoon, it started taking this more westward path as the models kind of kept the center even off the coast, and some of them are still showing that, maybe even without a landfall at all. But in any case, it will be getting very close to our coast, likely as a strong tropical storm during the daytime hours tomorrow. And we will see effects farther inland too, although the great thing is this is a small storm, so even those hurricane force winds were confined really close to the center. So now that those winds have weakened a bit as of right now and tonight, we're going to see the wind threat probably a little bit less and more confined right along the coastline as compared to what we would have seen, of course, if it were a stronger storm. Here is the shear that we've talked about, this movement that you can see here. Dry air is especially off to the west, and you can see the oranges with water vapor imagery in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. This loop goes back 6 hours, and you can see how it's kind of cut off this whole side of Marco almost. As for Tropical Storm Laura, this may be the next one, of course, that we're going to be talking about more so Tuesday and into Wednesday. The big thing with that is that you saw that the thunderstorms and cloud cover was really removed from the center, and it's been looking very lopsided like that all day long. So we will see if it takes a more southern kind of track, maybe lining up even with some low pressure, possibly south of where that initial low pressure center is right now. If it does take this more southern track, it may have a chance to be a little bit farther south as it enters the Gulf. Now, Chris pointed out that the National Hurricane Center shifted the path a bit to the east. It still has it as a strong, possibly Category 2, maybe even borderline Category 3 storm at this point. But really the thinking from the National Hurricane Center, as they mentioned in their discussion, is it really depends on that high that we've been talking about, this high that's been driving Laura out to the west. And really, it's just going to kind of track around that high pressure as it spreads off into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. So it will depend on that. But again, there wasn't a really big shift in models or anything like that. But the track did inch a little bit closer to the kind of left-hand or right-hand side to the east. So impacts for tomorrow. We are still expecting some rain for some of us. It may just be some quick downpours here and there, some quick passing showers. If you're along the coast, it might be a little bit higher perhaps. Wind gusts will not be as bad, so that's a really good thing. That means there could still be a few gusts of 40 plus miles per hour, but it does look like the chance for a lot of those more widespread sort of power outage situations will be a bit lower. That's great. Storm surge, that has been unchanged, and there is still the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes. In fact, we're at a slight risk of severe weather for much of our North Shore and South Shore spots tomorrow. That level 2 out of 5. We get that from time to time, and that would be for some brief tornadoes just kind of spinning up quickly and then falling apart, as is common with tropical systems. So far, the storm surge official forecast has not changed. 3 to 5 feet along the coastline here, 4 to 6 on those southward facing shorelines along southeast Louisiana, 2 to 4 for the lakes and over to the west. Tomorrow, high tides, by the way, are 4 p.m. Grand Isle and in the morning for Slidell and for Lake Borgne. Radar is so quiet. It's kind of interesting. We do have a little bit of shower activity. Some of you may have just in the Kenner area or off in parts of St. Charles Parish gotten just a little bit of shower activity very recently. We are expecting it to stay somewhat quiet for maybe the next few hours, but we are anticipating more of those tropical passing showers to move in tomorrow. So 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. Tuesday, we're still officially under that flash flood watch. And just a quick look at how much rain we might get if the Euro pans out. This is not to be taken quite literally, but notice that by Tuesday afternoon, we may have picked up anywhere from maybe 1 to 3 or 4 inches. But Laura coming after may spread heavier rains over us. So this is our forecast all the way through early Friday morning. So this is a long way out. This continues for the whole week, but you can see why we're talking about the 3 to 6 or so inches. And as for the wind speed forecast, this is tomorrow morning. The white numbers, sustained winds. The yellow numbers would be potential wind gusts, and you can see it's definitely not looking too bad, is it? Our winds may be up to 20, 25 miles per hour south of the lake, really on the higher end it looks like, and gusts, as you can see, maybe 30 to 40, possibly a bit higher than that, but again, it doesn't look too bad for tomorrow. Tuesday, the winds ease, so we will see whether that lets some of that storm surge go down at least a little bit, and then Wednesday, this would be potentially with Laura, it turns breezy once again, and this would be by Wednesday night. This is the Euro model that I was showing. Tonight, we'll say a 30-40% chance for some of those passing showers. Winds will likely be increasing at least a bit by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, high temperatures only in the 80s, pretty nice, and a few downpours and showers passing through. Note that it will be an event kind of through the day where we get these quick moving passing showers and maybe a few areas with some heavy rain. We'll see if some of those really heavy rain bands do make it over our area. If you're making your plans for tomorrow, here's a quick outlook. This is midnight tonight, few showers. Tomorrow morning, potentially 7 a.m., some rain, but not extremely widespread with showers and storms just everywhere or anything like that. This could be 1 p.m., so a couple of models going a little bit drier, although I would plan for at least some showers and a few downpours tomorrow, 5 p.m., and then we'll fast forward into Tuesday. This is early Tuesday morning, some rain still in the area, and then Tuesday, 7 a.m. and on toward the afternoon, another day where we might actually be getting even more rain as we turn our attention by that point to Laura. So still some uncertainty in both forecasts actually, but Marco thankfully is weakened a bit, is now a tropical storm, and we are anticipating the impacts from that tomorrow. As for Laura, we're going to be watching that one closely and seeing where that turn might happen, and also looking at how fast it could intensify potentially in the Gulf of Mexico. So that would be a Wednesday into Thursday timeframe for us.
One of the areas that's always impacted by storms that end up skirting the coast is, of course, Lafourche Parish, and we are joined by Archie Chasson, who is the president of Lafourche. Thanks so much for being with us.
Good evening, Katie. Thank you.
What's your biggest concern heading into both of these storms?
You know, our biggest concern, Katie, over the last couple of days has been, you know, exactly what path these storms were going to take. We've seen a lot of changes over the last, 24 and 48 hours, but just the amount of storm surge that we're going to see, and if that storm surge is going to have enough time for Marco to recede before we start to see the effects of Laura. You know, we have a lot of issues, especially in the lower parts of the parish outside the Lee Ontario floodgates, all the way down to Port Fourchon and Grand Isle. So making sure that water can get out so we don't see a whole lot of water stack up on the outside of the system, which in turn, creates some issues for us on the inside of the system when that water gets too high. But we have a lot of great levee protection here. A lot of work has been done by both the North and South Lafourche levee districts over the years. So I'm confident that we're going to come out of this thing great on the back end.
That area south of Lee, Ontario is under a mandatory evacuation at this point, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And that we have about 17 families on the outside of the system down there, as well as the entirety of Port Fourchon. So that evacuation order kind of serves a dual purpose for us. It allows the residents to evacuate and give them sheltering at our race and recreation facility, which is our shelter of last resort. But also triggers some things on the Port Commission side where they can better able to get their non-essential personnel out of the port to protect those guys who are going to be down there for the long haul.
And what is the status of what are the status rather of those 17 families?
So most of them, we do know there are a couple of families still out. Some of them, took the evacuation order. These residents who have been down there for a lot of years. Most of them are in elevated homes that are 13 to 15 feet above the ground. So flooding for them is not an issue. But we have some older generation folks that like to stay down there and they ride out these storms, especially now that we've seen those forecast tracks shift. We currently don't have anybody in our shelter. So even the people from the island who have evacuated did not use our shelter, which I guess is a good thing. We have people who are hopefully staying with family and friends in a lot more comfortable environment than sleeping on a gym floor for the next couple of nights. But we've been in contact with the representatives of Fire District 3 who cover that area of South Lafourche, and they're constantly checking on the residents who are down there. And we're going to continue to monitor and work with those residents over the next couple of days. And again, warn them that if we get to a point where those tidal waters start to come up, there may be a point where we can't get to them. And I think they realize that, and they've had to deal with that over the years. But we're going to continue to check on them and make sure that they're okay as long as we possibly can.
What track do you want to see Marco take, and what track do you want to see Laura take? What are your best case scenarios?
I'd love for them both to do a U-turn and go back where they came from. But either a more easterly track for us is better because it puts us on the drier side of the storm. It takes a lot of the storm surge that we would see and puts us with more of a north wind and more of a southeast wind. So even Marco, who's trending more westerly now and is supposed to skirt the bottom end of the coast, still provides a lot of issues for us because again, it's pounding that storm surge up on the lower end of the parish and around the port and causes those storm surge issues. And Laura as well, if that thing comes across and kind of follows Marco out west, we're going to have several days of complete southeast winds that are really going to stack that water up. But hopefully that they pick a direction at least. The last 48 hours of the constant changes and thinking it was going to run up by Lafourche to now moving more of a westerly track. We are prepared as we're going to be. Public Works crews have done a lot of great work over the last 24 and 48 hours getting prepared for this. So we're gonna get through it no matter what. But just the constant back and forth is a little bit stressful on the back end. And as you can see, kind of I guess by my hair, we spent a lot of time out in the field today on some airboats, checking on levee issues and making sure that everything was buttoned up. But we're going to be okay.
You mentioned those preps, so that obviously is some of the work that you've been doing over the last few days is going and checking on those levee areas. Anything else that's been happening? Have residents been getting sandbags or anything?
Yeah, we have 13 sandbag locations open across the parish, many of which are self-filled sites. We do have our 6 regional field offices that are giving out 25 sandbags pre-filled per resident as they come through the car line that we're loading them up. So those self-fill sites will remain open 24 hours a day until this event continues. Most of our field offices have gone home for the night to allow those guys who have probably worked about 12 hours at this point time to get some rest and relaxation and kind of finish picking up stuff around their house that may be be left out in the yards and things like that. But those field offices will be back open at 6:30 tomorrow morning, and we will start giving out sandbags again tomorrow. And for those residents, we've gotten a ton of calls about trash service over the last few hours. We won't have any residential trash service tomorrow, mainly because the landowner or the landfill is closed. But our bulk waste trucks will be running, trying to pick up the last remaining items that may be out there. So we're encouraging residents who may have their trash cans already at the curb to bring them back in, put them back in your garage or your sheds to keep them from being blown into a ditch or a culvert or something like that, as well as not putting any more bulky waste out there. The contractor will be out trying to catch up and pick up what's left out there. We just don't want to add a whole lot to the pile, knowing that if those wind conditions pick up, they're going to have to shut down because they won't be able to operate those boom trucks safely.
How much would intensity play a role if Laura does start to intensify once it gets kind of close to where Lafourche is? I mean, right now, I think the forecasts are showing it not really making that last push of intensification until it gets closer to the Louisiana-Texas border. But how much of a role does intensity play?
I mean, it plays a huge role for us for a couple of reasons. One, it'll dictate whether or not we close the gate at LA1 on the floodgate itself. Depending on how that storm surge happens, a 4 to a 6 foot storm surge for us is not that big of a deal. But again, if those two storms meet up and they kind of shift tracks and water won't be able to get out before Laura gets here, we could be possibly looking at a 10-foot storm surge. So we're going to be making some decisions along with the levee district about closing that. Hopefully, as Laura picks a better track once it comes off the coast of Cuba. But it also, affects our sheltering operations. That if we do have people who show up to the shelter, at a certain point, that building is only rated for a certain wind speed in Raceland, so we have to begin to move those people further north into the Thibodaux area. And how do we move them? Especially remembering that we are still in a COVID environment, right? So people know to bring the 3 days worth of food and medicine and things like that. But now we have to remember that we have to bring masks and hand sanitizer and wipes and all that other fun stuff. So putting them on a bus and getting them further north, again, depending on how many people show up, could be more of a challenge because we can't put as many people on a bus or in a shelter that we're normally used to. So intensity over the next couple of days is going to play a key role in some decisions that we're going to make. Especially on Laura, I think Marco is not set to intensify too much. Because it's in a short period of time, but Laura still has the ability to come on shore as hopefully, or not hopefully, a stronger Cat 2. But we're going to be watching it again as it comes off the coast of Cuba and making some key decisions over the next, probably 24 or 48 hours.
All right, so there's going to be a lot of anxiety in Lafourche Parish and Terrebonne and a lot of the areas along the coast over the next couple of days as we continue to watch and wait and see what happens. President Chasson, I can't thank you enough for joining us.
Thank you, Katie. Y'all have a good night.
Stick around after this newscast for 4th Down on 4. We'll have extensive coverage of Week 1 of Saints training camp, and we'll take you to Baton Rouge for Week 1 of LSU's fall football practice. It's 30 minutes of actual on-field football, the kind of diversion we could all use right now, and it's next here on Channel 4.
Well, all day in St. Bernard Parish, people have been moving their vehicles and campers from outside the levee system. They're now lined up along Highway 46. That's where Erica Ferrando is live with how the parish has been preparing for both storms.
Right, well, we are right here by the floodgate on Highway 46, and this is where people have been driving in and out of all day, getting all of their property, their campers, their vehicles that are now parked along this highway. One of the concerns that they have here in St. Bernard Parish is the storm surge. I'm joined now by St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis to tell us a little bit more. So talk about that storm surge, kind of what are y'all expecting, and talk additionally about those pumps that were brought in to help.
Erica, first of all, thank you for doing what you do and getting the word out to our citizens. Storm surge is what we always worry about in the beginning of these storms outside of the levee protection system in St. Bernard Parish. As you can see, all of our commercial fishermen, our recreational fishermen got their boats and their campers and their offices along the highway, and our Sheriff's Department is protecting that and making sure that when people go past this checkpoint tonight that they have something to do outside of the levee system tonight. So we're concerned about this storm surge. We really don't know what's going to happen. Remember back in June, Cristobal, we overtopped our levees in Delacroix and Reggio and almost topped them in Florissant. So that's why CPRA and the governor's office, we want to thank them for what they did for us and securing 6 portable pumps that we have stationed throughout that whole area, where we can get our commerce back in sooner rather than later after this storm if we get some overtopping of the levees. And I do want to mention Southeast Levee Protection Authority and Derrick Base. Those guys delivered 3,000 sandbags today, so that we will have in place if we needed to top our levee with sandbags. So it's we've been working all day, and I shouldn't say we. Our employees, our firefighters, and our sheriff deputies been working all day at our sandbag stations and outside our levee protection to prepare for this storm. So we're asking our citizens to do the same. We want them to make sure that they pick up any debris around their home, patio furniture, garbage cans alike, and make sure you prepare, that you protect your neighbors as well as your own property. And wherever you are tonight, you probably should stay for the duration of the storm.
And talk a little bit more about those sandbags. I know there are 10 locations across the parish. We drove by some of them earlier and they were wiped clean, and people so clearly we're out there getting prepared. I know they're still going to be open tomorrow. Talk a little bit about that and any, last minute preparations along with getting some sandbags if people haven't done that yet.
Sure. Tomorrow morning by 7 a.m., all sandbag stations will have sand and sandbags tomorrow morning, first thing. So we kind of underestimated our citizens' excitement about the sandbags. They prepared for themselves 16,000 sandbags today. So tomorrow we're expecting some of the same, but where you didn't see some resources today, you will see all of that tomorrow morning, first thing. And we have a lot of reinforcements and resources tomorrow if we run out soon.
And so one thing you mentioned earlier in the press conference was that you're hoping for this gap to kind of maybe give the water some time to recede. Talk a little bit about what you are expecting and kind of what it means to have these 2 storms kind of back to back here.
Well, we're expecting that southeast southerly wind for the duration of both events, right? Now, CPRA and the governor's office did some modeling, and they believe the water's going to recede after Marco and before Laura. So if that happens, that'll give us some breathing room to catch up. Entergy is going to be around in our area with 3,500 employees, ready to handle anything in between those 2 storms if they can, to get power back on to the citizens of our region. So we're anxious about this storm surge and what's going to happen with both of them, but we're going to prepare for the worst for sure. Here in St. Bernard Parish, and hope for the best.
Well, thank you so much, President McGinnis, and preparations underway in St. Bernard Parish. For now, we're going to toss it back to y'all in the studio.
And that is certainly good news, as some of the computer modeling is saying that the water should abate enough to where conditions improve on Tuesday between our 2 storms, because again, not really certain of either landfall, but we're going to be in a position from both storms, very likely, that it will send that surge of water along our coastline and into the lake. Here's what we have right now happening. Tropical storm Marco, winds of 70 miles an hour. And yes, tropical storm, if you're just joining us, it has weakened back down to a tropical storm, which again most of our computer models had been indicating as it neared the coast, we would start to see this kind of weaken a bit. But what's also been interesting is as you kind of look at the storm itself, it is still moving generally north. Hurricane Center is saying north-northwest, but it still looks like overall more of a northward track. That's kind of key here, and I'll show you why in a second. A lot of thunderstorms still developing around and just north of the center, but not on the south side. Looks like that wind shear and dry air have taken enough of a toll to really weaken the storm, and that is certainly a good thing. But what's interesting is notice the Hurricane Center says in their forecast track during the overnight period, it should be making more of a trend toward the northwest. That would start to place it kind of mirroring the coast of Louisiana, possibly moving inland somewhere along the coast, or maybe briefly touching shore, and then eventually moving in the direction of Texas. That's what most of the computer models are saying. But I mentioned that northward track because I was looking at some of our computer models to kind of figure out some of the timing of the rainfall. And this is one of our high resolution models. And I was trying to figure out why the model wasn't really painting much in the way of rainfall around us at all. Look what this model does. It actually takes the storm basically moving north as we continue through the night and going into early tomorrow, and then tomorrow during the day, having the storm stay to our east. These computer models have literally been all over the place. It's almost gotten to be where, which one do you want to believe? If you want to keep everything off to our east, hey, I'd go with this one. All the others are saying along the Louisiana coastline. We'll see what happens through the overnight period. Again, this does not look like it is going to be a strong storm at all. So I don't put a whole lot of concern in this storm. Yes, you need to take all of these storms very, very seriously, but a tropical storm either staying to our east or just hugging the coastline, we have gotten through a whole lot worse. As far as the winds go, we're definitely going to get some rainfall. As far as the winds go, notice the wind field is very near the center of the storm. The yellow are winds of 39 to 58 miles an hour. That should generally stay south of the city with the strongest winds right near the center, which would likely be just kind of along the coastline. And if it does interact with land, we should start to see, one, the winds weaken, and two, that wind field start to shrink a bit. So maybe some strong gusty winds, again, across the bayou parishes, parts of the West Bank and Jefferson Parish, but south of the city, and then as we get toward Morgan City and eventually weakening altogether. This is what's been happening in the upper atmosphere. This big upper level trough has been bringing in dry air and strong wind shear. That has really helped to weaken Marco, and it looks like that is going to be the case up to landfall, whether it's just kind of scooting the coast of Louisiana or even moving toward Texas. And now we have to deal with Laura. And this is kind of the steering thinking of Laura. High pressure right now is moving Laura very, very quickly across Cuba or along the southern coast of Cuba. Once the storm gets into the Gulf, high pressure should be building into the Gulf, which would keep pushing the storm farther west. Now, again, we've started to see that change in the thinking from the Hurricane Center of turning it more into southwest Louisiana. Again, that does place us a little bit closer to that center, but this forecast is far from being written in stone. Again, if this high builds in enough, it could push it farther west. If perhaps the high doesn't build far enough west, maybe it starts to make a little bit turn a bit sooner. Point is, there is still a great deal of uncertainty with this system. And it is looking a little bit better organized, at least in terms of the thunderstorm development. And boy, it is very active, kind of the reverse of Marco. All the thunderstorms on Laura are down to the south with really nothing on the northern side. As it continues along the coast of Cuba, if it does kind of mirror the coast, you're not going to really see much in the way of any convection thunderstorms over land. You're going to see everything probably staying off into the open waters, which is possible that maybe we see the center redevelop farther south within all of that convection. It's happened before. If the center kind of gets in a bit too much friction over land, sometimes you kind of see that center get redeveloped and maybe shift a little bit more south, which maybe kind of shifts this forecast a little bit more south and also a little bit more east. Again, this turn from the National Hurricane Center, that's why I like showing the center line. Earlier forecast at 4 o'clock had it more over Lake Charles. They did jog it pretty far to the east. However, in their discussion, their own discussion, they say the turn toward the northwest and north is going to be key in the eventual landfall, and we still really don't know when that's going to happen. So it just, again, begs the question, why did they make that turn? Again, I don't know. I really don't, because none of the models have been trending that way. Here's the GFS. There goes Marco, kind of hugging the coastline, which is what the Hurricane Center is saying. And then here comes a stronger Laura. Laura is definitely going to be the one to watch, because if it stays out in the open Gulf waters, environmental conditions are right that we could see this rapidly intensify, and there is every bit as likelihood of this being a 3 at landfall. Let's hope it would be just a 3. It has the potential of being a major hurricane. A GFS, again, around the Texas-Louisiana state line. The Euro, but the Euro's been saying this since earlier in the day. There goes Marco, hugging the Louisiana coastline. Laura, a bit weaker, though, moving in towards southeast Louisiana. But as I mentioned, if this were the case, this, again, is not the end of the world. This would be probably a Category 1, maybe a 2, if it comes straight at southeast Louisiana, because it's not going to be over the warm Gulf waters nearly as long. So the faster it gets in, the less likelihood we would see of a stronger storm. So even the Euro would not be a horrible outcome. Again, computer models indicating that Marco is going to continue making that turn eventually toward the northwest and then west and in the direction of Texas. And as I mentioned before, the tropical model consensus is out toward the Texas coast. Yeah, we have a couple of outliers, but why they shifted it so far, again, that is very much an honest question that I just do not have the answer to. Flash flood will remain in effect through Tuesday. This is from the Marco rainfall. May not see conditions all that bad as we get into Tuesday, and then by Wednesday, we're likely to see more rainfall. Again, these totals are not written in stone, because right now Marco is not looking very strong at all, and I'd be surprised if we see a big rain shield moving over us. If anything, I think our showers during the day tomorrow are going to be more off and on. The storm surge, now this has not changed. We're still expecting 3 to 5 or 4 to 6 feet along our coastline, and then in the lake waters 2 to 4. We may see these numbers come down since Marco is now a much weaker storm. However, we're still going to be in a position for Marco, if it does take it along the Louisiana coast, of some tornadic storms. Not widespread. This is not a tornado outbreak, nor are we expecting EF2s and 3s. They would be weak, short-lived. Usually they start off as little water spouts, kind of move inland, a warning is issued, and then almost as fast as it's issued, there's no longer any rotation in that storm. So that will be something that we have to watch for as we get into the day tomorrow. So overall, our impacts for Monday: rainfall 3 to 6 is the official forecast. The way it's looking right now, I would maybe bring that down to maybe perhaps 1 to 3, 2 to 4. I just don't think we're going to see that much, just the way things are shaping up right now. Wind speeds around the city, 20 to 30, some gusts a little bit higher. Winds are going to be a bit less on the North Shore. They're going to be a bit stronger down toward the coast. We're still going with that storm surge forecast, but as I mentioned, with Marco now weaker, that will likely come down. We have a discussion, a conference call with the National Weather Service office tomorrow, and they may decrease those numbers. Again, a few tornadoes are certainly possible as the storm kind of hugs the coastline. And again, a guarantee, the only thing we can really guarantee from either of these storms is that the forecast will continue to change. So though it looks pretty good for Marco, and I think this is not really going to be a major threat to us at all, we really should start to focus on Laura, which could be a greater threat. Now, again, at the moment, it looks like it should stay enough to our west where, yeah, we're still on the worst side of it, but the strongest winds will be near the center. But that will be something that we have to watch for, more so as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, once the storm is actually in the Gulf and moving toward the Gulf Coast.
People in Plaquemines Parish have been getting ready all day, some sandbagging, some evacuating, and our Mike McDaniel has been down there throughout the day covering what's happening out there. Mike, what can you tell us at this hour?
Hey there, Katie. Yeah, at last check here at the storm shelter in Plaquemines Parish, there were about 50 people seeking shelter. And, you know, as you mentioned, people were doing sandbags all day, some folks evacuating. And while there is some concern, given the COVID world we live in, from parish leaders that some folks may not evacuate under mandatory evacuation orders because of their concern about exposure. But here at the storm shelter, there are